musicali
Good evening, everybody. We're going to start today's Congress, Music Editing, Music Encoding, and Performance Practice. Today we'll have our first session, and tomorrow from 3:30 we'll have our second session in the afternoon, where I'm giving the floor now to the mayor and the president of the foundation, Alessandro Ghinelli. Hear me?
Buonasera, eccoci.
Yes, good evening.
Dicevo, i motivi per cui mi fa
Okay, so as I
piacere
was saying,
inaugurare questo convegno oggi
the
sono
reasons why
almeno tre.
I'm very
Uno è
pleased
legato al
to
motivo
work during these
stesso, al tema
congresses is
stesso del
here are
convegno, che riporta
three.
un po'
First of all, the
alla
topic
base
of the Congress
scientifica
itself,
e
because it
storiografica, quello che la
correlates the
musicologia
scientific and the
deve
historical
mantenere nel
basic
tempo, senza mai
and the
lasciar
basis that
correre la
musicology
qualità
still
di
needs
ciò che
to
si
uh,
eh,
go back
di
to
ciò che si presenta da un palcoscenico più o meno importante
without
e che spesso a
just
livello
looking
amatoriale
at
viene un po'
what you
trascurato.
see
Quindi
on the
la
stage, that
coerenza
at the
filologica di
amatorial
quello che ci
level,
apprendere dalla
sometimes
storia
it's
della musica è
taken
fondamentale
as a given.
per
So,
poterla
what
tramandare
musicology
correttamente.
and music history
E farlo in
teaches
questo
us is very
momento
important.
dalla
And
città di Arezzo,
doing it
da
now from
sindaco di
Arezzo
Arezzo, ma anche
city
da
and as
presidente
a mayor
della
of Arezzo, but also
Fondazione Guido d'Arezzo, che voglio
as
ricordare
on
solo per chi
being the
non la conosce
president
già da
of the
tempo. È una
foundation.
fondazione
And I
che
would like to
esiste da
remind
tantissimi
you,
anni
or
e che ha
remind
avuto
those
come
who don't
scopo
know this
principale e
foundation as
precipuo
being
quello di
standing for many years,
occuparsi
and
di
its main
musica e in
purpose
particolare
has always been
di tutto ciò che ha a che fare con la
music
coralità.
and anything that has to
Ricordo che
do
la
with
Fondazione Guido d'Arezzo,
choral
insieme
music.
all'Associazione
I would
Amici della
like
Musica, per
to
molti anni ha
say that
organizzato
the
il
foundation
Polifonico
Guido d'Arezzo,
Internazionale Città di
for
Arezzo
many
e
years,
che
together with a lot of
recentemente
partners,
ha
has organized
diciamo,
the Polyphonic
riacquisito
of
questa
Arezzo.
titolarità, essendo l'Associazione Amici
And
della Musica sostanzialmente,
in recent years,
essendosi un po'
we have
dissoluta nel tempo, di sciolta,
reacquired
oggi questa
this
responsabilità è tutta sulle spalle della Fondazione
responsibility
Guido d'Arezzo.
to
Ma
organize such
l'altro motivo
events.
per cui mi fa piacere parlarne è che
And
recentemente, per lo meno
another
da 3 anni a
reason,
questa parte, la
so
Fondazione Guido
for 3
d'Arezzo
years,
è diventata
right now,
una
the
fondazione di
Fondazione
partecipazione
d'Arezzo has become a
che il Comune
participatory
di Arezzo ha voluto
foundation,
incaricare, ha
and the
voluto
municipality
diciamo,
of
far sì
Arezzo
che
wanted
diventasse il
to make
soggetto
sure that
istituzionale che
the
veicola tutta
foundation
l'offerta culturale
became
aretina a
the
360
institutional
gradi, quindi non
body
soltanto la
that
coralità, non
would
soltanto la
manage the
musica, ma anche
entire
le arti
cultural
grafiche, ma
offer
anche la scrittura,
for
ma
our
anche la
city. So not just
letteratura,
music, but
ma anche il
also
balletto, anche tutto ciò
graphic
che
arts,
forma d'arte.
ballet,
Oggi viene
culture,
veicolato
literature,
attraverso una
everything
fondazione
else.
di
So
partecipazione che ha
everything
avuto nel
comes
recente
through
passato
us.
anche degli
So this
importantissimi
participatory
riconoscimenti. E quindi una
foundation,
fondazione
and
importante. Ma perché continua a
which is
chiamarsi
such an
Fondazione Guido
important
d'Arezzo?
foundation,
Perché chi vi parla, e qui
because in the
vengo al
past we
secondo
were
motivo di
awarded also
soddisfazione, chi vi
very
parla è
important
fermamente convinto che
prizes.
tra le forme
And
d'arte
it's
che
called
questa
Guido
città può
d'Arezzo
proporre
because we
oggi
are
e può
firmly
proporre in
convinced
futuro,
that
quella che ha un ruolo,
anything
come dire, per certi
that we
versi un
could
leader
do
nel
with the
settore
foundation
artistico è proprio la
and
musica. Ma perché? Perché siamo la
is
città
really
che ha
focusing
dato i
on
natali,
music.
o
And
perlomeno,
I think
visto
that
che è nato a
music
Talla,
now
Guido
plays an
Monaco.
incredibly
È la
important role.
città
And
all'interno della quale è
Arezzo
stato scritto più di 1000 anni fa per
was
la prima
an
volta
incredibly important
il primo
city
linguaggio musicale, la
for
notazione
what
musicale che
concerns
anche ancora oggi
the music
conosciamo e che
notation,
quindi
because it was
rappresenta
the
per noi
first
una
notary
unicità e una
music that we know
importantissima
nowadays. So
diciamo,
it represents
caratteristica
to
che
us
deve far declinare sempre di
something
più la
very
città di
important, a
Arezzo
very
come città
important
della
feature.
musica.
And
E
to
quindi
us,
la
it means
soddisfazione che
that
nella
Arezzo
città della
has to be
musica oggi si
nominated
svolga questo
the
importante convegno
city of
è per
music.
me,
So
sindaco e
for me,
presidente
it's
della
very
fondazione,
important that we're
motivo di
holding
grande orgoglio.
this
Il terzo,
Congress
non vi nego, e con
today
questo
in
chiudo, è il
Arezzo,
fatto che siamo in
and
un momento
being
molto
the mayor makes
particolare.
me very
Non
proud.
a caso ci
And a
stiamo
third reason,
incrociando in
because
questa
I'm
strana
particularly happy
schermata,
about
piazza, dove io
this
vedo
Congress,
alcuni
that
volti
because
e alcune
these
sigle e
times
alcuni
are
nomi,
very
e che è diventato da
particular.
molti mesi a questa parte
We
l'unico
are in
modo
front
per
of
poter fare
screens, and
associazionismo,
for
per
many
poter fare
months
attività anche
right
culturali.
now, it has become
E
the
in
only
questo
way
caso
to
legate alla musica, in questo caso legate alla
be part
musica
of the
studiata,
association,
legate alla
to be
musica
together
di
and
cui
to
voi siete portatori
gather
più,
and
parlo per
share
i
information and do
relatori
music
più
as well.
importanti in questo settore, in questo momento,
And I'm
in
talking
nel
to you,
mondo e
uh,
che, mi
to all the
permetto di
speakers
dire,
that are the most
oggi con
important
questo
people
evento ci
in this
permette
area.
di
And I
onorare
can
in
say
maniera
that
compiuta con
today,
qualche giorno di
thanks to
anticipo
this
un
event,
grande
I think we
compleanno
can
che è quello del
honor
16 dicembre,
a
in
great
quanto
birthday,
ricorderete
which is
tutti
the
che il 16
16th of
dicembre è
December.
presente
And I'm sure
soltanto l'anniversario della nascita
you remember that
di Van
the
Beethoven,
16th
al quale non
of
possiamo
December is
tributare
the
se non un
150th
convegno
anniversary
come
from the
questo,
birth
dal
of
momento che non
Beethoven.
potremo fare un
So
concerto come io avrei
I think this
voluto per
Congress
mandare con
is a great
streaming in
occasion. I
tutto
would have
il
loved to
mondo per
have a
fargli gli
concert,
auguri di buon
maybe
compleanno a
streamed
Beethoven.
all
Non lo
over the
possiamo
world,
fare, lo
to
facciamo in
wish
una maniera un po' diversa, ma
Beethoven
molto
happy birthday.
qualificata, con
Uh,
questo convegno. Quindi
but
permettetemi,
unfortunately, it
nell'augurarvi buon
wasn't
lavoro
possible. So
e
this
buon
Congress, I think, is
convegno,
very
di
fitting,
ringraziarvi tutti per
very
essere
important
qui.
for all of us. And I would
E
like to thank you all
tireremo
for being
poi
here
le
and
fila e le somme
participating.
degli esiti di questo convegno
And
quando mi auguro di
at
poter
the end of it,
leggere che il numero di
we'll
partecipanti
basically
in
draw
tutto
our
il mondo è
conclusions.
così elevato da poter ancora una volta
And
essere riusciti a
when we
portare
will
Arezzo alla
read and we
ribalta
will see that
diciamo,
all the participants that
di
took
una
part
platea
today
di appassionati
will
di musica
remember
in cui
Arezzo
Arezzo
as a
ancora una
city
volta,
full
e
of
lo ripeto
passionate people
per
about
l'ultima volta,
music,
si pone come
and
città della musica.
because that's
Grazie e
what
buon
we're
lavoro a
aiming
tutti.
to do. Thank you, and have fruitful proceedings. Thank you.
Non la sentiamo, se non accende il microfono non la sentiamo.
Can hear you unless you turn on the microphone.
È ancora senza microfono.
You're still without any microphone.
Signora Cecilia, non la
This is
sentiamo, ha il microfono
Cecilia.
spento.
We can't hear you.
Grazie.
Ho aperto dal mio computer. Allora, ringrazio il sindaco per le sue parole.
Okay, I would like to thank the mayor for his kind words, and we would like also to thank him for his great interest towards music. For us, this aspect is very important. So to always to recall the roots we're coming from, because Arezzo's music roots come exactly from Guido d'Arezzo. And also we would like to thank him for speaking about Beethoven. And I would like to think that if the great music of Beethoven was made possible, was also thanks to the notation system that started from Guido d'Arezzo. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. And now we'll give the floor to Professor Claudio Santori, who is the responsible, the head publisher for the Polifonia Journal, and will talk to us about that. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me here and for starting this Congress right in Arezzo. I would like to start with the editorial of issue number 6 of the Polifonie, and it's being published and it's online at the moment. And there is a great incipit, there is a great start of this issue. And with this number, the magazine is reborn, almost like a phoenix, from its 20 years of history. And it started in 2001 with the desire of Francesco Lisi was the president of that time, and he became the really the main bearer of this idea. He was also part of the body of the Centro Guidognani, and that magazine became also the bulletin of all the news that were coming from the foundation to the study center. It became a great result thanks to a great teamwork, thanks also to the participation of a scientific comic committee, thanks also to many different academics and allowed the magazines to be recognized by the research university as one of the very high end and top notch magazines for this topic and this field. After 2009, the president thought that his work was done and he decided to close the magazine. And during that year, there was one last issue, and that's it. And it became almost just like a bulletin of the Polifonico. The following year, the council of the foundation where was modifying all the different charges and of the board with Carlo Pedrini and Piero Caraba, who became part of the board that started the new polyphonic season with a really renovated spirit. It was a broad range project and it could not exclude the participation of great excellencies all over the world. And that's why Petrina Caraba also called me to become the head of Polyphonie. And we decided to start new research projects in the choral music, starting from the territory. I said to refound, so to reestablish the magazine again, but I would say more to keep it alive. I accepted, of course, this task, but being kind of doubtful because I was sure that we had to keep up with the good work. As I was an experienced director of the Setticlavio magazine, being the director of this magazine in San Giovanni Valdarno, all this experience allowed me to keep up the scientific level of the magazine and keep it in the ranks of the very excellent scientific magazines, thanks also to the good work that it was done, thanks to the musical high school, with great contributions of Piero Gargiulo, Acciai, Simone Zacchini, Maria Teresa Labora, Alberto Cattano, Cesarino Ruini, Cecilia Luzzi, and Carlo Perini, and many others. We also continue the work of the information bulletin of the foundation with a new innovation. So, with the appendix, with all the scores coming from the Polifonico, with a particular format that was supposed to be used by choirs during their performances. So, it was a great advertisement in that sense. The new aspect of this union, together with the mayor of Arezzo and Alessandro Ghinelli as part of the foundation, allowed us to start that teamwork again. And thanks to also the participation of the president of the foundation again. And thank you also to Cecilia Luzzi that substituted me and replaced me in the musical high school for the tenure of music history and brought up a a great skilled experience. I would say that Cecilia Luzzi is the pivotal role in that sense. I was just the father of this this whole experience, and I try to just keep up with the good level. Now we have Lorenzo Donati, which is one of the artistic directors of the foundation, Alfredo Gandini, which is the vice president of the foundation, and Veronica Pedersoli, together with a scientific committee. And there are Ferdinando Abbi from the University of Siena and many other scholars and academics that come from the American universities and several different international universities. And I will leave Cecilia to thank them. So I would like to again thank all the committee and all the good work that has been done, because I think that the work of the foundation and The magazine really brought pride back to the city of Arezzo, and thank you again. I would like to
Thank you very much. And we can now proceed and we can introduce uh, presenting the work of which was produced in these what aspires is it, I'm sorry, but the sound, scusa, non riesco ad aumentarmi il suono. Ecco, ecco, thank you. The Center of Guidonian Studies was founded by Professor Luisi. It is a center of studies which has produced. Please, can you send my PowerPoint where you can see also the pictures regarding the history that I'm about to explain?
Ok. Allora,
So
ringrazio
the sound is much better now. Thank you.
il professor
I want to thank Professor
Santori.
Santori, and we can now go on with the sharing
del
of of my PowerPoint. This congress, this workshop, wants to start out once again the Centro Studi Guidoniani, which was founded by Professor Risi in 2001 within the um, millennium, together with Sindaco, the Mayor Lucarini, and with the whole scientific committee, who had promoted the celebration of the millenary. This Center of Studies, apart from the Polyphony Review, had also organized a number of events and opportunities to go deeper into the subject. And these are the two collections of articles. The first was on a Congress on simple polyphonias, the beginnings of polyphony, and the other one was an anthology of liturgical song. This study center was then asleep, so to speak, through the years, and was born again, began its activity again, begins with this Congress under Guido d'Arezzo. Guido d'Arezzo, who is often remembered for his system of change, but a very important aspect is that the part of Guido d'Arezzo is to have united together theory and practice of music. Theory in the Middle Ages was a question of theoreticians. It was abstract from the praxis and musical practice. Instead, with Guido d'Arezzo, there was this synergy was created. And this Congress wishes to create a synergy of its own between the musicologists, between those who devote themselves to theoretical activity, to the care of critical musical editions, the directors or interpreters, because we must not forget the important aspect music is conceived to be carried out, and the technologists. And this sector, which is called the digital humanities sector, which is a very important sector. And we need these three to dialogue together, and we do it from the foundation, from this table. I wish to say, well, in fact, it's a virtual table. So this new season is wishes to take once again the activities of the Center of Studies, the Guidonian Center of Studies. So there's the nomination of a scientific committee of musicologists of an international level, names which are role players in international musicology, And afterwards, I will give you the names on the screen. The adoption of the procedure of assessment amongst equals, double-blind peer review to guarantee the scientific rigor and the originality of the contribution, and the opening of a new format of the online review. And here the digital aspect is very important, which has come up with this great come up trumps with this great pandemia and shown itself to be the instrument to connect us with the whole world. So it guarantees also the possibility between those who do scientific research who can connect themselves and cooperate. This is the screen of the magazine Polyphonie, which will be available for the public quite soon. And it presents, in fact, the whole production of the from 2001, the whole phase of from Francesco Luisi, and then the next phase directed by Claudio Santori. So it's an archive, a digital archive of all that which has been translated, and from here we will start with new numbers. So the Claudio Santori, myself, we will be, and together with the scientific committee, will be going on. Ferdinando Abri from the University of Siena, David Byrne from the Catholic University of Leuven, Stefano Campagnolo, who is director of the Biblioteca Marciana of Venice, Mauro Casadei Turroni Monti of the University of Modena Reggio Emilia, Stefano Mengozzi of the University of Michigan, Arnaldo Morelli of the University of Aquila, Emiliano Ricciardi of the University of Massachusetts Amherst, Cesarino Ruini of the University of Bologna, Kathleen Shields of the Universitat Regensburg, Thomas Smith, University of Huddersfield, Domenico Staiti, University of Bologna, Rodobaldo Tibaldi, University of Pavia Cremona, Marco Uvietta, University of Trento, and Philip Vendricks of the University of Tours, who will be opening our Congress with his keynote address. Just a few indications on the possibility of research. So obviously, the digital support allows us to be visible at an international level and to make research per author, per title, and also through the tags. So, choral music, here we have the research of choral music, and the outcome is that of the search of Simon Zacchini. You see all of the authors who participated and who will be participating in the review. And it's a homage to Francesco Luigi also, and a connection with the theme of this Congress. Francesco Luisi had opened and presented here at the Polyphonic of Arezzo the national edition, the new national edition of the works of Palestrina. And here we have the presentation of his national edition with a page. And this is to go back to the theme and to the importance of critical editions and rigorous editions, which bring back to the original dictate, to the scientific rigorous dictate of the editions. We will have available all of the different issues. They'll be clickable through their image. And this here is the new issue, which will be published also in paper version and distributed to the address of the foundation made up of libraries from all over the world, musical libraries from the world over, choruses, associations, and choral associations. So it's this new phase, this review of this magazine, Polyphonia, which wants to present itself as an instrument to go deeper into research, always keeping in mind the connection with musical activity, because the soul of the Guido d'Arezzo Foundation and the polyphonic is that of carrying out chorus music, choir music. So this dialogue, which often is not achieved because often musicologists remain within themselves or their own groups, and the informatics are in their own groups and the musicians in their own. Instead, it is important to create synergies because it is only through synergies that we can reach results which are significant. And here we have the first page because the index of the magazine or review, which will be in two languages. The first part will be in the Italian version, and the second part will be instead will be translated. All of the contributions will be translated into English because now the English language, even if we Italians are sometimes have difficulty expressing ourselves in English, but we do realize that English is the international language, the language of research. And with this presentation, I wish to conclude my introduction and give the floor to Philippe Vandry. Philippe Vandry is will be opening the Congress with his presentation, his introduction. I wish to thank Philippe. I want to introduce him, even if I'm sure the audience knows him. Philippe Vandry is Director of Research at the International Center of Scientific Research, and he operates at the Centre d'études supérieures de la Renaissance in Tours. It's a very important center where he was director of the program from the beginning of the 90s. He was director of the Center of Studies from 2007 until 2016. Before that, at the Réseau National Maison des Sciences des Hommes, and also he was president of the University of Tours until a few days ago when he concluded his mandate. I wish to thank him for being available, and we want to give him the floor. Thank you, Cecilia, and I hope that everybody hears me. I'm so glad to be back in Arezzo after 15 years, I think. Lots of time has gone by. I haven't I haven't come to the Centro di Polifonia Arezzo in some time, and I'm so glad to be here, even if from far away. Not too far away. I'll speak in Italian, and even if my Italian is the Italian of a Belgian who lives in France. So maybe some words will be a bit difficult to understand, but I hope that I'll be clear. I will give you some slides straight away. My keynote is called Perspectives in Digital Musicology from Research to Dissemination. It's a personal history of mine. It's the story of a center of research regarding research in musicology, digital musicology today. In recent years, we have been witnessing a real scientific change and upheaval in the scientific world, which regards not only the construction of new knowledge, but also the way we have of working and the methods we have for disseminating research results. We now have a relatively abundant amount of literature on the subject, works, collective works, periodicals, sites, blogs. Through these many channels, it is possible to get an idea of the trends, to anticipate the calls for projects that will fuel our ambitions financially. I will not attempt to draw up a synthesis today of such a vast field as this, but rather I will be evoking with you an overall what the members of research of the Centre d'études supérieures de la Renaissance have done in Tours, in France. Because talking about a collective adventure has already meant, has a different meaning through the 100 volumes which have been published in the Epitome Musical collection. You see some examples here. And in this case, I want to give you the history of the research through the different volumes published in, and we can do a traditional story through urban music, court music, new geographical eras, uh, looking at leading composers or not very well known composers. One very important person in Italy is Cipriano di Rodi, as you can see. Or we can do the history, a classic history of musicology. Instead, I want to do what I really want to do is a history of our digital adventure, sometimes misadventure. And these are tied to the material and human conditions in which the activity of a research center in human sciences has been organized since the early 2000s. The material and human conditions are decisive. And in our case, the Ricercar program can take advantage of long-term support. First of all, and I speak also to those politicians who can help Arezzo and the initiatives of the Polifonia. First of all, we have to, researching means looking for researchers and engineers who are musicologists by training, who conduct research, teaching, and have building tools. And we can count on other competences within a laboratory, a vast laboratory. And that is that which guarantees that we reach our objectives. The dynamic of research comes from collaboration with researchers from various backgrounds in Europe and elsewhere. Their work with Ricercar takes place in the long run thanks to uh, financial support coming from various sources, which helps us to, with researchers in laboratories, to have them through from 1 month, sometimes to even 2 years. In this case, too, the members of the program and the desire they have to see a project succeed is crucial. And there's a first general observation I wish to make. It's not because the objective is no longer a printed book, fruit of a long and slow intellectual maturation, that time can suddenly be shortened. To achieve a digital ambition, one needs time. One needs the exchange of ideas. Aborted hypotheses sometimes are slowly maturing demonstrations. And of course, this stability is human and goes hand in hand with material conditions. Resources of all kinds, libraries, computer tools, and programs are indispensable, just as are necessary the means of contractualizations with informatic companies, because this is where we see constructed a subtle timing, the timing of musicology, which is not the timing of digital technology. And upon this theme, there are many points to reflect upon which regard training and the nature of professionalism in the musicologist profession. We have to avoid creating sorcerer's apprentices, but we have to encourage vocations which will enable us to overcome the dichotomy that I've just mentioned and which allow us to open up new perspectives. The resources, the financial resources, can be obtained at different levels, European, national, regional, and it is certain that part of the energies have to be used to obtain these different levels. These ambitious projects otherwise could not come to the light. These months allow us to stipulate contracts with the companies specializing in digital aspects. They facilitate the organization of work meetings, and above all, they allow us to pay for data acquisition. And there are very many projects the world over regarding music. We know them all, and some of them began as early as the beginning of the 60s and went through a different tour. They went through Rhythm, Rilm, Ripim, Redeem. They're all quite famous. For the past 20 years or so, major libraries have been building up bases for digital consultation of their resources, a movement which today affects virtually all of European and North American libraries. We may as well clarify immediately a research center, even if it is supported regularly, will never be able to compete with these immense institutions that are great, the big libraries, the great libraries. It is therefore essential from the outset to position oneself on the basis of an experiment which contributes to enriching the research dynamic by its very nature rather than to create a data repository whose constitution may certainly raise interesting challenges, but which does not really fit in with the intentions of a laboratory whose mission is above all to advance knowledge in musicology. So, upon this point, I want to be uh, very fair, very firm. I think that when a research center wants to do something which only a library like the National Library of France or the Bioregie Bibliothèque can do, that is to say, a repository of data, that is something we cannot do. We have to make a choice of a point, a starting point. It is since its creation, the Richard program has set itself a series of objectives within the Center for Higher Renaissance Studies and it is based on creation use of ad hoc databases. By tradition, the French chanson and lute music have been two priority areas. For lute music, it was not a question of discovering another way of automatically making transcriptions, but rather of deepening the sense of tablature of a vocal model. And since the vocal models that the team was working on at the time included an impressive number of songs, it was necessary to create a reference song, reference research resource on the song. And this has brought to a basis used by musicians, musicologists devoted to the nearly 10,000 French songs of the 16th century. And very quickly, the need to have a full text research, which would concern both the poetic and the musical text, appeared to be a key objective, which would make this base indispensable. At the end of the year 2000, of the 2000s, it was not possible to have a sufficient number of researchers to transcribe this vast corpus according to a single model. And similar companies have been able to emerge here and there, and other corpuses have encountered the same difficulties. How to find the way, the means to transcribe 2,000 songs and make these available online. In order to enter into a systemic approach, because that is what it is all about, it was imperative to base the work on a manageable corpus that raises questions that a group of researchers can defend in the form of a project that can be carried out within 3 or 4 years. Two orientations emerged. The first is heritage and is based on the printed production of songs by a mid 16th century publishers, Nicolas Duchemin. The second is after Nicolas Duchemin, we began working on the corpus of the 1400s, and a second model is built around the definition of a geographical area with a place of musical life. And we all agreed that Picardy was the one. There's an image of a project on Croatia and another one on the others. This double orientation or orientation was combined with the individual interests of researchers who proposed the Ricercar program, the production of classic critical editions in printed format. And the field has expanded considerably to Picardy and then Croatia and then Hainaut, we added, and to the songs of modernism, the anonymous masses of the 15th century, we added the work of Gesualdo and many other known or little known composers. Today, Ricercar has more than 3,500 pieces of music transcribed according to the most rigorous principles of classical music, philology. How can we go beyond the creation of vast databases? How can we arouse the interest of computer music specialists in questions relating to a number of notation, mentionless notation, which is not the one in use today? How can we ensure that the quests of the various players and the queries can at some point cross reference their results to allow the construction of new queries? I could draw up a long list of questions that we have been asking ourselves over the last decade, and several challenges underpin them. First of all, in order to address certain issues, it was necessary to go outside of our usual sphere of work, the specialists in Renaissance music, and to discuss with others the subjects we were struggling with. The creation of an MEI community was a landmark event in this respect, precisely because it brought together both the computer science, scientists with a passion for music, and musicologists with fragmented specialties in search of universal solutions. Second, to formulate questions, it was also necessary to work in a new, resolutely experimental way. It was not a question of reproducing a musicologist performer dialogue, as it frequently exists to give rise to splendid achievements. Rather, it was a question of organizing seminars where personalities with diverse experiences could meet around an object. This way of working, which took the name of thematic school and then workshop, worked marvelously to allow an awareness and the formulation of questions to be addressed to the communication tool we wanted as to be ours, namely the digital instrument. This is principle of learning by doing also founds a possible and different path to musicology, and some are of these photos that you see, David Byrne, for instance. You see others who are well known. Chiara, you see colleagues from the world over. And we work for 2 or 3 days at a time, very practically on a problem to be able to solve a situation, a difficult situation. Third, third point, how can we think about gradually adapting the data collected in scattered projects so that they anchor their results in systems that can be used by those who visit our sites, but also by those who wish to reuse the data? A musicology program such as Ricercar cannot claim to produce massive data, but must, on the other hand, be part of the open data movement, an indispensable condition for the advancement of knowledge. Let's take uh, a specific case which could be interesting for us. It is the project called Gesualdo Online. Now, Gesualdo Online is a website dedicated to the complete work of Carlo Gesualdo da Venosa, one of the major composers of the late Italian Renaissance. The project collects the entire production of Carlo Gesualdo, which consists of more than 200 edited pieces of music and 39 references to the musical sources. The downloading is free of charge, with editions available in three formats. One is PDF, the other one is uh, LEI. Another one is a Sibelius, it's classical, which can be played without having Sibelius at home. Gesualdo Online proposes also a dynamic edition where the user can identify the variants attested in the different sources and choose the ones she or he prefers. This innovative proposal aims to encourage a rethinking of the basic principle of the critical edition. For instance, here, if you take this piece here, of this piece of music, you need only touch this little green spot to see all the variations which take place where there is that green dot and make a choice of a solution or another. So it's up to a point where you can create a musical version which has never existed through the sources that are in libraries, preserved in libraries today. These, of course, dissolve what can distinguish a digital edition from a printed edition. It is important to observe beyond the technical things what digital can bring to conceptualization methodology. Of course, in like in the traditional, the final objective is that to give to the reader a text which he can use and consult and use in his research. The text which is published has to be a stable text which can be authority. The concept of specificity of edit, edition asks editors to consider from the very beginning of the editorial uh, process which information will be supplied and how they'll be presented. The editor, from the very beginning, has to really consider the consultation of the user within a digital way, and there's therefore a diversification of the information presented in the edition. And finally, there is the open character because the digital editor is open to evolution and to contents and also to cooperation in the work of editing. Gesualdo Online has not been only a work in philology. This project has also been the opportunity to combine desires of digital publishing with the experiences of workshops that we saw before. The first workshops were devoted to the restitution of missing parts in 16th century polyphonic sources, conceived within the framework of the Lost Voices project, which focused its energy on the songs printed by Jacques Moderne, some of which are not completely preserved. These workshops, however, the occasion to reflect on an incomplete volume of Gesualdo's work, which is to say, his ultimate collection of sacred pieces. Here again, it was a question of working on a combination of different ambitions. That of experimenting with the restitution of one or two voices in Gesualdo motets, and also that of presenting these results in an open way to allow other solutions to be presented, benefiting from the basic work done in the transcriptions. You can go to Gesualdo Online, find the last volume of Gesualdo, and go and have all of the music as it is, as you see it here. Third, that of a presentation which is didactic, which is educational, which explains the results obtained in the workshops. And here we see a presentation of the possibility, you see, we see how it is clearly explained to see the work. You see how there are different colors that show similitudes, and you see it gives examples of other pieces of Gesualdo where he has given this solution rather than another. And fourth is the possibility to cooperate with interpreters. Every ambition has been reached. The site is accessible, and you see there's the desire to offer another way of reading it, a volume which you see shows the phase of completion. And finally, this has been the basis for a registration made by Paolo da Colle, who is with us today, and Odecaron, who did it 2 years ago. As I pointed out earlier, the change does not concern the philological method because the foundations are firmly established, but rather it's a way of proceeding with new links that are being woven between the actors of the site, the users, the various ways of presenting the results, and of course the accessibility to all of the data gathered to obtain the visible results. Now, from a this project, which is from the heritage of the project, on which was on songs printed by Jacques Lauder, we went on to a a questioning of the songwriting processes which were taking place around 1550 with a real systematic approach possible through data processing. The aim was to produce a complete edition of the work of a famous Renaissance composer by transforming this edition into a triple tool for research, data sharing, and a reference point for performers. Now, look at musicology. Gesualdo Online allows a large part of what can be described as a musicological enterprise to be understood in a single place. There is no dislocation that philological work can experience when it confines heavy critical apparatus to rarely open volumes. There is not this immobilization, this beautiful science which is frozen in just one state in digital publishing. The musicologist demonstrates the modesty of his point of view, giving everyone the keys to go further without starting over again. However, all this attracts, above all, musicians and musicologists, even enlightened amateurs. Now, it, if this seems to be an important element for the future of a discipline, it's not so much its legitimacy, but rather it is the way in which any audience will be able to learn how to discover new methods and results. This question is far from easy. It concerns the nature and size of the audience, the venues, the relationship, particularly true for musicology and the intermediation of performers. Since 2010, Ricercar program has been developing projects concerning musical heritage and digital humanities in conjunction with cultural institutions and public museums. In this field, Ricercar has developed three types of projects. We see in 15, this was done for in Moscow, capital of culture. The idea was to have a camera, which is this camera, which is uh, a, a darkroom equipped with hi-fi and HD that allows visitors to live an interactive and immersive experience in music and images of the Renaissance, and tied to Swiss 494 painting, which is very important for musicology. It's a painting which takes the landscape here near Mons. Now, this is a solution. Cubicum, Cubiculum Musicae, that's what it was called. And the other type of project is a project which gave back acoustic space to music composed for castles, for royal residences in the region next to here, let's say Blois, Chambord, Fontainebleau, Saint-Germain-en-Laye, thanks to the collaboration with the ensembles specializing in Baroque and Renaissance music. And the idea, you see, there are films, everything can be seen in detail on websites. The idea is to have the musicians play if they were present at Saint-Germain-en-Laye and others who were in Blois for another concert. And you know that in Blois, the chapel of Bourgogne, which was where the King of France made his important meetings. And the last model is the interactive restitution in three dimensions of uh, things which had been destroyed by the French Revolution, monuments, for instance, the Sainte Chapelle in Dijon, uh, for the Collégial Saint-Martin of Tours, where Obligam had worked for nearly 30 years at the end of the 1400s. And now you can see this film. And it's thanks to this approach, which associates the digital humanities with heritage research, these programs have created new ways of enhancing the musicological work, which becomes accessible not only through publications, but also through collaboration with cultural institutions and heritage sites. Musicological research brings a lost musical dimension to these sites and opens them up to a wide audience. For instance, for the curriculum, there were 20,000 visitors. In Fontevraud, where there was another cubiculum, there were 150,000 visitors for the whole of the tourist season. And so it is another way of making musicology without ever neglecting the originality of the scientific approach that is at the basis of visual realization. And so, to come to a close, I just want to go back to the cultural and creative industries. There are many questions regarding the future. We're going through a singularly strange period just now. It is true that before the beginning of the pandemic, certain directions had already been taken, which affected the organization of music or education. For a decade now, the means of disseminating and consuming music have been using increasingly powerful platforms, both technically and thematically. The expectations of those who undertake musicology studies come up against institutional organizations that are difficult to shape. The projects of digital musicology, which involve the construction of heritage through publishing, the deepening of knowledge through research projects, or a new way of integrating music into any cultural journey, these projects encourage people to turn to a sector identified under the name of cultural and creative industries. These industries are high value added fields based on design skills and innovation that can find applications beyond the cultural sector alone. Thanks to digital musicology projects, it seems possible to today to be part of this dynamic, which will be supported by Europe and also by the national policies of member states. Several challenges are clearly inscribed in the continuation of work carried out by teams of musicologists, creating innovative cultural offers, reinforcing the presence of quality cultural offers online by building common systems, going beyond the limits imposed by intellectual property rights. The list of openings can be extended. It clearly states that today the central issue facing musicology, and even more so musicology when it is closely linked to the practice of music, is the will to work together in a coordinated way to occupy a place in this hopeful movement of the cultural and creative industries. It will be up to us to write the story in the coming months. Thank you.
Allora, ringraziamo Philippe Vandry
We
proprio
would
per
like to
questa
thank Philippe
esperienza
Vandré
vissuta
for
che è un
this
modello anche
very intense
per chi
experience
vuole
that is
entrare in
a
questo
model
campo della
for
ricerca e della
anyone who would like to start
progetti
researching
e
in this
dà,
field and in these
diciamo,
projects
riapre il nostro convegno
and
proprio
opens
con
officially,
moltissimi
starts
temi.
officially
Cercheremo
our
di
Congress with
affrontare
many different
poi,
fields,
man mano che
many
si
different
svilupperanno
topics
le
that we will
relazioni,
try to
fino alla
speak about
famosa tavola
with all
rotonda
the different
di
speeches
domani.
up until the
Vorrei
roundtable that we'll have
ringraziarlo
tomorrow.
moltissimo per questo
I would like
amplissimo
to really thank him
intervento
for
e
this very
passo la
interesting
parola
speech.
invece
And now I
alla
would
nuova
like to
sessione.
start
Apriamo
our
la
new
nuova
session.
sessione
So we'll open our new
in
session
cui appunto
this afternoon
incontriamo
where
musicologi,
we
filologi.
will meet
Questa
the
sessione
musicologists and the philologists.
presenta il,
So this session
diciamo, il contributo
would like to
di Rodobaldo Tibaldi che ci
introduce
propone
Rodobaldo
appunto
Tibaldi's contribution and speech.
il
He
progetto in
will
quanto
present his
alla
project
proposta di un progetto che era
and
stato
his proposal
diciamo fondato molti anni
of
fa
a project that
proprio
was founded
rispetto
many years
della
ago of the works of
necessaria
Paolo Aretino Then we'll have Francesco Saggio. There will be a session completely dedicated to philology with its original headquarters, the University of Pavia Cremona, and the two protagonists for this session are all coming from this university. So, as we said, Francesco Faggio. Saggio will follow Rodobaldo Tibaldi. He will talk to us about the tempus imperfectum in the 16th century polyphony. And then we'll move on to something more contemporary because philology doesn't stop just in ancient times, but it will it also interests our days with Ingrid Pustianats. The This session was supposed to be chaired by Cesarino Ruini, who is present in our session, but unfortunately has some voice issues. It had so I would like to ask him to still say a couple of words because he was the chair, but I will do, and I will be sort of the liaison between all these different speeches. And now I would like to give the floor to Professor Rodobaldo Tibaldi and his speech. He's an associated professor at the University of Pavia Cremona. His main research field, he is philology and critical studies. He was one of the very first collaborators of the Polyphonia magazine. So now, like the floor, would like to give the floor to Rodobaldo Tibaldi for his speech. Thank you, Cecilia. For me, it's a great honor, great pleasure to meet you again. And as you reminded us, I've collaborated with Polyphonia since the very first issue. I've collaborated also with several different initiatives of the Polyphonics. I've taught several years to the School for Choir Directors, again, stemming from an idea of Francesco Luisi. So it's like a homecoming after a couple of years of different commitments. My speech will be necessarily brief in order not to steal too much time. Bless the last ones to be, if they are honest, coming from the Bible. And I've always been amongst some of the last speakers to talk in several different congresses, and I was always a little bit delayed somehow. So my speech will be more focused as possible. Um, the main protagonist of my speech is Paolo Aretino because it's one of the main topics for the foundations, and he was such an important figure for this field. So, considering all these aspects, or also in order not to raise too many expectations, but since the Congress is studying several different aspects, so the relationship not just between the philologists, the musicologists, and the musicians, but also between the philologists, the musicologists, the IT expert, and all the different digital platforms for musicology research. And I'm still a little bit taken aback when it comes to uh, digital notation. When it's probably also due to my age, but when I see that musicians use their tablets or their iPads to read music, it's pretty much the same actually. Whenever you have a music sheet, just like Umberto Eco used to say, what is an ebook? An ebook is the same. I either print it on paper, so it's just like a book, or I keep it on my tablet or on my Kindle, whatever, and it's just like a book. So I will talk about more traditional editions, which is paper editions. And after all, like some people know, I'm also part of the new Gesualdo edition. I took the place of Maria Valcivela, who had different views compared to Villandré. I mean, obviously, this is not the time to discuss about it, maybe during the roundtables about the methods used. So I will jump into my speech straight away, but I thought it was correct and it was right also in to put everything in the right framework. The idea of publishing Modernamente with a critical version, a very traditional version, all the works of Paolo Dambivi, also known as Paolo Aretino, is actually very recent, just like Cecilia Luzzi used to remind us. It's not very recent, though. It actually dates back to 2008. In that year, we had the fourth centenary of the composer. During that very happy season, thanks to the collaboration of Centro Studi Guidognani and Foundation, together also with the very fruitful exchanges between musicians and musicologists, Francesco Luisi decided to organize a congress all on Paolo Aretino. One of the things that arose during the organization of that congress was the possibility and the necessity to review a complete edition of his works. During those years, we were talking about all the new editions of the Palestrina works, his criteria, his idea of meeting new standards. So the offering of new things, thanks also to Polyphonium, but also thanks to some concrete actions. So thanks to the polyphony and the idea that the critical proposal in terms of publishing could have been provided by those users who had very different needs. And I was thinking about the double edition with similar criteria and diplomatic criteria that are both used by musicologists and musicians. Therefore, some scholars, and Francesco Luisi as well, Cecilia Luzzi and Mrs. Tagliaferri and myself started working in this direction to prepare a draft of several different books like the Madrigals, Passions According to St. John, the Magnificat, and so forth. All these volumes were officially presented to the then mayor of Arezzo, Giuseppe Fanfani. There was a great interest coming from the Arezzo administration and the international interlocutors. We thought it would have been successful, and that the economic effort would not have been too much. We can think about just the books that the foundation would have had to buy, even though we still owned some of them. I'm just going to share a PowerPoint.
Allora, per quanto riguarda la musica sacra, un
So
libro
as for sacred music and the responsible for Holy Week and Christmas, we have three complete examples. One that is incomplete, plus one republishing, and we know that not all the bibliographer likes that, plus a complete issue. Then a Lamentation and Passions for the Holy Week in the first edition, absolutely incomplete, and a republishing, a reprinting with just two editions, so two exemplars. It's always better to look at several different issues of the same edition for some bibliography problems and issues also in the printed version. I think it's outdated that to think about that all the different published copies are identical, which is not true. Then the sponsor for the Holy Week, Christmas, book number 1 and book number 2, one complete, one incomplete. Then hymns for the entire year, an incomplete exemplar, which could actually be very useful to rebuild part of a specimen or an example. One book of the Magnificat with one complete specimen and two incomplete, or the Passion according to St. John. And when it comes to madrigals, we have profane music. We have several examples, like a book of 4 voices, and the other madrigal with 5 to 8 voices. Again, one specimen complete and the other incomplete. With some particular situations, like this you see here. So we have the first book of madrigal and 3 madrigals that are totally anonymous. So I think
Quindi tutto un assonnato, una situazione
there we go. So I think it's actually a pretty manageable situation. So it's very limited number of volumes, eight in total, or 7 if we consider the hymns or not. So it's a very limited amount of books to require, and the economic effort to publish all these volumes would have been sort of limited. I would like to say though that, and I would like to recall for the non-insiders that this initiative that was started by Francesco Luisi in 2008 to meet the standards of Mr. Aretino was not to just enhance a genie of local talent. And Paolo del Bivi, he's not just a very important composer, but he's a particular composer that acted in a moment for polyphonic music that was specifically created for liturgic production, especially for masses. In those years, when in Italy we have many different composers that start publishing and creating, and thanks to the print, they are enhanced and they are shown more to the public. And they also start working for more private sectors like churches and courts. All these bodies start asking for more of this type of music. But we can say that on the sponsors of that 1544, which are absolutely an elite in excellence, we can say that they stayed the only work available on the market for many different decades. So studying the details of all these works, for us, it was also to review the historical approach and the historical aspects that are around these works that are still very unclear. Unfortunately, due to the economic crisis and the departure of Francesco Luisi from Arezzo, didn't allow us to complete our work. Also, for the reasons that I just mentioned, we wanted to open this Congress in the name of Paolo Aretino. So in order to tie the knots, in order to jumpstart the magazine again, and since the main purpose was to have a critical publishing and a critical view, was to focus again on the text, on the musical text, and the relationship between philology and musical practice. So the relationship between a text and its performance, its musical performance, which is one of the main purposes, because music was never written just for the eyes to be read. Also, the very simple educational examples ask for a performance. They need to be performed, and the performer learns several different roles that are not just part of the text. But this is not just a mere example, because music lives through the performance, but also lives through the tangibility of notation. It requires implicit and explicit codes, and it's live witnessing. So it's the live proof of that particular historical period, and it's a cultural asset. So this has to be understood completely. That's why the philologist, so someone who is prepared to do so, has to understand, see, consider, and then publish a musical test considering all the different aspects, but considering also different priorities. Some priorities are about the text, some others are more about the performance. Again, they answer to different needs. The thing is that he cannot delegate. Uh, the title of my speech would focus on the issues and problems in the edition of Paolo Aretino, so something that doesn't exist yet. But it's also the occasion to highlight and speak about the problems in the methods of the works of Paolo Aretino. So a musicologist from the 1500s, but also who he was writing for and what we can do nowadays, and also the digital sources that we can use nowadays to read that. So on my side, I can say that every single idea, every single aspect that we're going to touch upon, and every time we ask ourselves, is there just that edition? Is that piece unique? It's always better to ask ourselves, maybe there will be other versions, and maybe we can talk about that in the roundtable tomorrow. Every time this question arises when we have different semiology aspects. So, what aspects it's important to intervene on, and which others that are instead less important. But I would, by doing that, I would put in direct relationships philology with publishing techniques, and musicology equals to also musicology editions. So we need to remember that the philologist is still a person and is still subjective. So their work will always be critical from a subjective point of view, and it will be the result of someone who has studied very critically the text, but has also implied some has applied also some very personal techniques. The musicologist is always a music philologist, so his background counts. What are the sources that he used? What are the aspects that he used to put in a particular framework? For example, when he's analyzing a text, he should ask himself why the author has organized the text in those sections and why the text was organized in that way. If it's not possible to know who the author is, why the author reviewed the text more than once, if there are several different editions, and so forth. I could continue going on and on, but I'm not going to. So the edition criteria in the methods of formalization of text can be adjusted according to case, and everything becomes a little bit more clear once the work is done. We don't have pre-default tables. It's not just correcting the text that sometimes are corrected according to some period of time and other periods of time, but the philologist and the musicologist cannot only use the music editing techniques. Those are outdated. We should not consider the musical philology just like a very high-end discipline like hermeneutics or other types of disciplines, because it's all about preparing texts, and that's why we need to overtake the dichotomy between high criticism and low criticism, and that's why the contribution of Dio Feder is very, very welcomed. That's why I cannot talk about criteria, but just considering a couple of cases, I can highlight certain aspects on which is very important to reflect from the methodology point of view, because it might lead to some problems in the edition process, the publishing process. And if time will allow me, I will also talk about some non-paper formalization for some particular cases. I'm going to also share the PowerPoint from before.
Un esempio riguarda un tema che tutti conosciamo.
We have an example here, and it is about a topic that we all know. It's Musica Ficta. And I'm going to start talking about it from a different point of view. And this is Musica Ficta by Paolo Retino. So from Magnificat, you see a lot of different issues here on which we can reflect, for example. And in the first pitch, in the treble, for treble keys, because it's a transposed pitch, you have certain data that are transposed on a text with it as subfinalis alterata. So it's actually a sharp G, and it's explicited. If we look at the lower part, we have the issues already, because it's actually matching this part, the G sharp that becomes that actually is higher, and it's just about the clause of this cantus. Is it a mistake by the publisher that sees a different movement and therefore it actually alters the note? It could be, but in a very similar passage soon after, with the tenor with the G, F, G, with the tenor, you see that it's actually nothing that gets altered. But in continuing, the F sharp that is explicited, which is a clauses that it's in a cantus, that it does not exist here because we're not in a cadence. The two F sharps correspond here in the very treble notes here. So in the fifth, it's actually onto the G. Is it just a typo? No. So it became D, actually. It's about the code that Paolo Retino used, and it seems like that the code he used was not the same of the one used by Francesco Corteccia in several different compositions. So in the madrigals, printed madrigals, but also in several different sacred music manuscripts. So it's a possibility that should not be taken in consideration. So in the option and in the hypothesis of Francesco D'Accone, which is a little bit of a debated one, the ascending one, so the the G sharp, was put on purpose because to warn the performer to say, careful that this, you can do it, you can perform in a different way. And the alteration shows that I'm not going to provide any solution because nobody has the solution. It's just one of the issues we should reflect on, and it has great incidence on the in the notation and in the performance. And it's very common on the Paolo Retino's works, like the Responsors of 1544 and also the review of 1744, excuse me, where we see that there are big differences because there was an interpretation according to one code or the other, and this new interpretation changed the performance very, very deeply. So it's an example that is not just theoretical, and also in the notation problems, but it's actually a problem that it's directly about performance, and this is just the transcription of the issue and the problematic uh, steps that we talked about. Another aspect that we have from Paolo Aretino, and it has a great influence on the performance, but not so much on the script, is this. So the usage of clefs and sound um, sound techniques that need to be transposed. I will not talk about the question and the idea of clefs because Paolo da Cola will talk to us about. In this aspect, we have several different issues. And it's a very much debated issue, and it's correct that the philologists will talk about it because there are some contradictions, and sometimes these are just apparent contradictions. The philologist, of course, can give suggestions, can propose solutions that work for him, but this situation cannot be formalized onto the text. If anything, he could write a suggestions just in the appendixes. This solution will also have an influence on the performance, but in different ways, especially because it's not just always about the single case. So, for example, in the Giovedì Santo, so in the Holy, and we have three sharp clefs, and one counterbass clef, and we have the responsors of the Thursday and Friday, Good Friday and Good Thursday, and then Holy Saturday. So these are like the sound relationships that are in between these responsors. And it's even more important to notice whenever we think about the relationship between the lamentation and the responsors coming from the same author, where we have a contrary progression. In this case, it's descending, and several different sound relationships that alter the entire composition, and they're not just for the single case. These cannot be formalized, these cannot be taken as formal whenever they are published. They can be performed, but they need to be done that with a certain purpose, always through the different apparatus and through the introduction. These are very important tools in the musicology research, but also for the musicians, or at least they should be. If we keep thinking about the critical apparatus as the place where mistakes or errors go to die because nobody reads them, we will never take a step forward. I would just like to mention the guidelines, the Edition Technique of the Neugatusgabe from the first volume, 1954, up until the very last volumes, where it's said that the critical edition is a precious tool that it can be used by the musicologist for his research, but also for the musician, so for its practical performance. But it's been said that in order to perfectly understand the musical text, you need to interact with these critical apparatus, with these critical pieces, because they are the only tools we have to integrate and to fill out the information we're missing. And all these tools have to be integrated in the right way, thanks to some critical apparatus that have been organized according to a logical consequence, according to the different issues that we find in text, with the consequent solutions, considering the different mistakes from republishings and different authors. And that is to avoid creating situations that actually never existed while performing that text, because it has happened that things got mixed up and texts that never existed before were appeared out of nowhere. I remember a couple of years ago uh, of an oratory by Handel. I'm not going to say who did what, where the conductor was very proudly saying that he had mixed up the versions, the performances, in order to create something that was never performed and had never existed in Handel's mind. That was actually, though, his Handel's real intention, and that he would have absolutely approved of. This is totally phantomusicology. It's absolutely fantasy, and it's something that we should really avoid. And by studying uh, the every single aspect allows the music piece to be considered in in its totality. I mean, these are just examples, and I would like to conclude by saying that it's it might be hard to produce an edition that could come to terms with the needs of the musicologists and the needs of the musicians. But again, here we need to think about and we need to understand what kind of musician we're talking about, and that the critical edition should not scare anyone. But again, we should never forget about the fact that that was just a printed uh, sheet and a printed work, and the musician should enjoy it and should enjoy every aspect of it. And I would just like to conclude, and I will skip all the digital resources because we will talk about it in the roundtable tomorrow. The critical edition in his historical perspective require a continuous dialogue and a continuous review from different experts who come together to face similar problems with a single um, purpose and a single objectives. So letting everybody know about the past practices for for the modern writing and edition and performance, and nobody can do that instead of them, and I'm firmly convinced about that. And when a musicologist just wants to become a conductor for a day, because it has happened, I, as a musicologist, tend to smile at this, just like I would smile when a musician improvises himself as a musician. And this is very common in Italy. But thank you for the attention.
Thank you for this very rich presentation where you presented the point of view of a philologist. Therefore, it is from here that we have to start, both in the discussion at the end of our roundtable and also tomorrow in the session at the end of the roundtable, to try and find points of contact, because you have ended with this necessity of to recover one's role, one's competence, and at the same time, this entails the urgency to cooperate each with our own competences. So I wish to thank, and this will be a hope for the edition of the works of Paolo Aretino, to give a value, a new value to a great musician from Arezzo, and also to give value to an important musician in such a significant moment, also for the history of the music of the 1500s. And now we pass to the next presentation. And if there are questions, we will be talking about it at the end of the three presentations. I want to introduce Francesco Saggio, our next speaker, who has who was formed at the Faculty of Musicology at the University of Pavia, and had a research doctorate and is specialized in profane music of the beginning of the 1500s with critical editions and the various prospects of historiographic prospects. He has published editions of music of the 1500s, especially the first book of the Madrigals of Philippe Verdelot, and the critical edition, the historical analytical study, the second book of madrigals of another composer of the 1500s, Crescenzio Salzilli, and he is preparing the five-voice madrigal voices within the Gesualdo edition. His presentation will be illustrating the results of the Tempus Imperfectum. We give the floor, therefore, to Francesco Saggio. Good evening to you all. First of all, may I thank the organizers because for the organization, the organization I realized was not easy at all. I also want to thank them for having accepted the proposal I made of a subject which is rather technical, but which I think can be very important in order to bring back two rivals like philology and practice, because truly I think that it is an important question both for philologists and for those who are executors, even if, of course, the fronts are different. Thank you for the opportunity given to me. I want to share my presentation, and I begin my talk.
Scusate un secondo solo, dovreste vederla però. Chiunque abbia avuto a che fare con la polifonia cinquecentesca, sia essa un
Anybody who had to do with this type of musicology has certainly developed a certain familiarity with the tempus imperfectum, which is a semicircle which is put around the vocal repertory composed in the 16th century, governs the value of vigors and the rhythmic scansion. It is also presented in the widespread form of the tempus imperfectum diminutum, where this virgula crosses the semicircle, indicating a movement of the signographic sign to whom the norms are applied. Two signs next to the others of the Renaissance table of colors studied in musicology both yesterday and today. Think of Hauser, Banca, Busterberger, Bank, Degman, Wolf, de Torre, and you can evoke many of the fundamental contributions on the subject. And we know how these signs are very important for the use of the dictation and for their restitution, not only anecdotally, but also in their execution. Overall, the studies produced are oriented in the same direction. Or if we look at the menstrual and we see those that face them, and we propose an application of the results obtained in certain monumental monuments, which are considered to be a true example. Anyway, with some rare exceptions, the methodological horizon was of a mensuralistic type. It proposed to explain the meaning of the signs in terms of duration of musical values and of the plausible agogic relationship with the practice, getting to solutions which often have shown to be discordant or sometimes even opposite. I admit that it is a subject which has always brought from great interest for me from the very beginning, because I always felt it was important for in order to be able to understand it properly, in order to understand the polyphony of the 16th century. Over the years, I've dedicated a specific research path to it, which has already yielded some written results, and I hope in the near future it will yield some more juicy and mature products. From the very beginning, it has seemed evident how the mensuralistic traditional approach, although undoubtedly indispensable, is only one side of the semiotic coin. The favor that a 16th century composer accorded to one or the other sign is the bearer of expressive values that go far beyond the simple integer or proportion uh, scansion that can be understood only in a semological key, that is, starting from the relations and correlations that a mensural symbol assumes when coexisting in different musical contexts. In other words, according to the categories of semantic linguistics, besides the denotative meaning, and I quote Gaetano Beruto, intended in the objective sense of what the sign describes and represents, it is necessary to infer a connotative one, induced, subjective, connected to the sensations aroused by a sign and to the associations to which it gives rise, and which can be inferred from these. On the basis of this semantic ambivalence, I have developed a line of interpretation that seems to offer a more articulate and subtle reading of the use of these mensurals, which go well beyond the simple metric and rhythmic logic. First of all, however, it is necessary to re-evaluate the denotative meaning of the signs, which indeed is far from simple. In their most immediate encoding, the two signs are employed first to define the values of the musical figures. For both, we know, since we treat these signs are invented in order to invent the significance that notes have. The semi first that shows the binarity, the imperfection of these, which in the tempus imperfectum with is are always binary. And secondly, and this is a significance in the 1500s, it is indicated to give the value of tactus, the metric pulse with which to regulate the execution, which theorists compare to that of the human pulse, bringing it to about 60, 70 beats per minute. This is the first punctum dolens of the question. If in fact together today nearly unanimously the integrum time is identified as an indicator of tactus in the semi-brief and the semicircle with the cut is a tactus alla breve, placing them in relationship of diminution or proportio dupla, whereby the same value under the first sign must be carried out at the double of speed of the second. In reality, their concrete application in these terms not only raises many doubts, but in some cases is almost impossible. This is because of an aporia that theorists, for the most part, seem to ignore, namely that the two signs can be applied to different mensural orders. Here are a few examples. In this first case, the tempus imperfectum is used with an ordo mensuralis, the palette of musical figures, of semi-breve, where the semi-breve is the main figure and the minimum is the figure which brings the syllab, as you see in this example. Using the ever useful Dalusian method of the metronomic numbers, which are rounded off, but this doesn't mean to say that they are to be carried out with these numbers only. We're speaking of examples, of course. We see that in a prospect of execution, the solution is realistic and poses no problems. In other words, we can we can execute a piece written like this. In the second case, which we see, the tempus imperfectum is diminutum. You see, the semicircle is cut. So theoretically, everything should be scanned at twice the speed, as you can see in the example with the numbers. But the problem is that the ordo mensuralis, which is used, is not double compared to the previous one, but is the same. And consequently, we couldn't carry out this with this velocity since everything would be doubled. And it is not possible to think that things can be executed in this way. In the third case, the tempus imperfectum is still whole, so it's not decreased, and it is applied to a semiographic order which is inferior in number, where you see the syllabic prevalent system, and only in this situation, the tactus at the semi-breve, where we see this is not applicable for the opposite reason, because having reduced this graphic sign, we see in this case everything would go too quickly, double the speed advised, because in truth, and I'll show you this later, we have a tactus alla minima. Three cases which cannot be carried out. The first case, yes, the others not, if we were to follow to the letter what the theoreticians say. Keeping ourselves to these true examples, and we could also have other situations, we see that the theory has to interpret it in the light of musical monuments, which can, and only if we compare them can we find the right indications. We thus come to the connotation of mensural signs and that semantic margin where they are. We begin making clarifying one case. The inconsistency with the tactus and the ordo mensuralis can be explained historically, the change of compositive techniques. Before a fluid situation, which is typical of the sacred and profane 30 years, first 30 years of the century, there we see coming to 1540 and the publication of the madrigals with the printed publication of the Madrigali a quattro voci of Messrs. Claudio Veggio with the joint in six others. These, with the misura di breve, which is a very misleading definition, which is soon renamed by the clearer a note nere, black notes, as is the case of Paolo Retino, define are defined by the presence of a minima as the prevailing syllabic figure, as you see in example 3, where the seri minima is the prevailing syllabic figure, which you see this chromatic color type, which is where the madrigal name comes. In order to carry out this madrigals, a tactus alla minima is required in order to be performed. It cannot be the semi-breve, it has to be the minimum. And we can say that officially from this time onward, the simple semicircle is the symbol of secular music, as opposed to the diminished semicircle, which becomes the indicator of music of religious subject matter, which we saw in the cases of Aretino previously, as Professor Tibaldi say, sacred music is in white notes and with the cut semicircle. The difference also involves the mensural order. In fact, sacred music continues to use the semi-breve ordo mensuralis, which is predominantly white, while uh, secular music uses the minima chordo, predominantly black, and this distinction we recognize much later by the theoreticians. Much later, I'm referring to the well-known statement of Michele Pretorius in the Syntagma Musicum of 1619, where it is stated that the madrigals, although having a tempo tertior to proceed more quickly, while the motets, since they are with white notes, proceeds more slowly. Two considerations. In both situations, it is clear that the tactus of the theorist is not applicable, and that if the decrease indicates a halving of the values, a doubling of the speed of execution, the result would in practice be the same, since one must consider the different levels on which the ordo mensuralis is organized. if we want to manifest the metronomic numbers we chosen by this position, we see that if we do a scanning at double velocity, or if we move the level of ordo mensuralis, the result is identical. And so it is clear that the decrease cannot indicate only this, but an acceleration of some type, which is not well defined. And in fact, there is a theoretician at the end of the 1400s talked about acceleratio mensurae, acceleration, but not doubling of speed in the presence of decreased semicircle. Actually, if we consider this possibility, we obtain not only an acceptable performance result, but this would also explain why sacred music is more onerous and it has a slower pace. In fact, if we compare two figures of minima in the two regimes, with the semicircle and the one with white notes with the cut semicircle, if we ascribe to the second a greater velocity, but not double compared to the first, we obtain that the difference in the mensural reference produces an overall slowing of the piece. In fact, as we see in this slide, if we look at the prevalent syllabic in the madrigals, we see what we obtain is a quicker result, whereas in the white notes, it's more grave. And this in spite of the sign of decrease, which indicates an increase of velocity because of the difference of reference, which is not the same mensurally. And so this explains a number of things. First of all, it explains why there are different mensural regimes and different semiographic references, and why these semiographic differences are connected to well-defined ambits. And thus also when there is an exchange between the two types. Actually, when in 1588 Marenzio chooses the albino semiography with the tempus diminutum and identifies in the mesta gravità the qualifying stylistic element of his collection, he makes a connotative semiographic choice. That is, he transfers the solemnity and gravity proper to the spiritual sphere to that of profane music. Like had been experimented for the octave Dolorosi Martirferi Dormenti, which had only appeared in the first book of madrigals at the simple C, where we see this madrigal crop up, which Marenzi intones in white notes with a cut semicircle to give it a more slower, a delayed sense. And in his collection of 1588, he applies this stylistic idea to the whole of the collection. We know that it was an unhappy choice because, in fact, the collection was not successful, probably because in the receiving the madrigals which were written with the motets, it was not consonous. And we see that in 1604, Orazio Vecchi, in his Veglie di Siena, the various humors of modern music divided in two parts, piacevole and grave, uses the two concepts, that of white and black, sacred and profane, and connects the concepts of the presence and gravity, because in these two semiographies there are trends which dynamically are different. One is later, more grave, and one is more lighter. There also are further cases where some authors dissociate the choice of the kind of mensura from the ordo mensuralis, from the sign of tempus, while preserving the semiological value that these have preserved in time. The decreased circle and semicircle for allegra music and grave music. This is the case of Jacques de Vert, who uses only one very wide palette of values, an ordo mensuralis, which is at the same time semi-breve and minimum and has a vast number of values, so goes beyond that original dimension, which makes a distinction of the two orders. But what does it do? I've given two examples from the most important of Verte. Here we have the two octaves taken from Gerusalemme Liberata by Tasso, Vezzosi Augelli from the Verdi Fronde, and Forsenata Gridava, and even if they're all written with the same notation, one is not more black or more white than the other, but the first is marked with the tempus integrum, the second instead with the tempus diminutum, because the second has a character which is more gravoso, and we understand this by interpretation of the text. On the contrary, the first has a more pleasant aspect because the text is pleasant, and so the sign, the choice of signs introduces an aspect which has to do, introduces elements which are relative to its execution, to its interpretation, which go beyond the faster or slower, but it's the character that these signs want to give to the pieces. I have concentrated at this point on profane music, but in fact, this system involves also sacred music, and this is the final part of my presentation, and this is close to the conclusion. In sacred music, the valence seems to be even more subtle. All of the composers seem to offer uh, the albata, the white notes, in order to avoid stylistically to bring to the churches those melodies which will brings to so much discussion. So the motets generally are written with the tempos diminuti and are written with white notes. But in fact, it is not always like this. I want to bring to your attention three cases of Palestrina which I think are indicative. In the credo of the Hanni project from the first book of Messe and from the Missa Lombarme, third book, the initial tempus integrum is replaced by a tempus diminutum for the Et Incarnatus S section. And the piano mezzo shows the genuflection in the semi-liturgy, which generally is put into music with wide and static values. So they're in a situation where there is a part of the text as Letus Incarnatus Ex or Crucifixus, where there is a section from these more grave, but the composer has not changed the writing, but rather the mentor assigned to bring the attention to this aspect. In fact, in both cases, there is no Lordo Mercenaris, but only the sign. So Palestrina operates on the value of the sign and not so much on the denotation of the sign. And also, this is the example, as you see, the sign is the same, but what changes is the mensural sign. The opposite case, which we read in the same optics, the Sine Nomini Mass in the second book is written integrally in the Tempus Diminutum, and this is nothing new, but it has a variation, which is that of the Gloria. The Gloria, in fact, does not have a change of a mensural order, but is marked as a non-decreased semicircle, and of course the explanation is the toxological character of the intoned text, which is better for a pleasant interpretation in this direction. And finally, two cases which I think are really emblematic. This is the example of the Gloria that I was talking about before. The Missa o Regem Caeli, which is from Book 1 of Palestrina and the Masses of Palestrina, is governed in its entirety by the Tempum non diminuitum, as you can see. This is the first case in the first two books of Messe Palestina, where the whole Mass is written using this mensural sign. In the whole Mass, you never see this decreased semicircle, the tempus diminutum, which is something truly strange, but there is an explanation. In parallel to this case, I want to talk about the case of the first motet, Dies Sanctificatus of the Motus a Festorum Totius Anni. In this case, too, it is the only motet of the whole collection which is written with a non-diminuito timing. Apart from the mensural sign, the two works have in common another aspect which is very important, in my opinion, the liturgical occasion. As you can see in the example, the motet has the caption In Die Natalis Domini. In the Mass, there is no caption, but if we look at the friezed capital letter, we see that the Kyrie depicts the Nativity. And in fact, this Mass is a Mass of imitation based on the motet of Andrea de Silva, which intones the first responsory of the third nocturne of circumcision of the Lord, which is celebrated on the octave of Christmas. So Palestrina signs the pleasant uh, time to exalt the festive character of one of the most important liturgical events of the Church of Rome, Christmas, to which a heavy musical apparatus was certainly not suited. The Tentercelli and Exultet Terra. So if we still needed to, this underlines the necessity to study the liturgical aspects when we speak of sacred music and also polyphonic music, not only monodic music. So I can conclude in saying that it is certain that such a subtle and lucid use of semiography has its reasons in an innovative compositional art in which the need to express at the highest level the emotionality that arises from the intonation of a text pushes an entire generation of composers to refine those tools that only the next century will define with rigor for the times to come. If the study denoted, has been the basic of musical, that which we can do with other instruments of semiology, which I have briefly illustrated here, gives a key, which I think is very important, to be able to have access to that order of procedure in compositions which we cannot write, to use the words of Nicola Vicentina, and which represents the true secret of polyphonia of the 1500s. Thank you for your attention.
Ringraziamo quindi Francesco Saggio per il
We
suo
would like to thank Francesco Saggio that was very rich of a lot of interesting aspects related to the practical execution and the choices related to tactus and time that are very determining of and significant when it comes to executing and performance. We're going to move to the next speaker. I would like to ask the speakers to stick to the allotted time. I would like to thank as well also the our speakers for these very interesting speeches, but let's try to stick to the 15 to 20 minutes that have been planned because now we have doubled all our times. So let's move on to our next speaker, Ingrid Pustianats, who is an associated professor of the University of Pavia Cremona. And she's going to bring us in a completely different time, a completely different field, that is the contemporary music. So the speech will be about some cases of publishing for the second part of the 1900s. Ingrid Pustianets studies about the language of the contemporary repertoires, and especially when it comes to the language and composing in the different composers and the sound studies and oral traditions. She has published on several different publishing editions, and she has created and written a biography of Giorgio Ligeti. She's also conducted the choir of Pavia Cremona from 2001 and 2003, so that's important also in terms of practical knowledge. in terms of participating in different groups. I mean, she's part of several different research groups for the Cremona University, but also international groups. So just to would like to give her the floor for her speech, which will be about some research interests. Good evening, everybody. Thank you, Cecilia Luzzi, for the great introduction. And before starting, I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation to come here, which has given me the opportunity to think in a slightly more orderly and focused way about the issues that I encounter daily in my research in contemporary languages and codes. But I would like to also apologize in advance if the aspects I will talk about might seem too distant from the issues that are at the very core of this uh, conference. My intention, though, is to draw as many lines of continuity as possible, despite the fact that the repertoire that I would like to talk about has undergone several epistemological revolutions. If we were to use the words, one of the fathers of this type of music, which is Hugh Dufour, I would just like to share the screen very briefly. There we go. So one of the most significant changes that affects all the dimensions under consideration is the transition from the system of representation of the musical idea based on the combination of the four parameters of sound to more complex modes that disregard above all the representative dimensions of the note. In the slide here, I have given two examples taken from two famous manual of acoustics of the 70s published by Emil Leip, which recalls facts that are very well known to us. So the limits of traditional music notation, whenever it comes to noting ideas in music from the past, but especially when we want to place the attention onto the composition of the sound, and that has been analyzed by using a sonograph, but it cannot be easily representative in musical notation by a traditional sonogram. So the pitch, which was a parameter that was first conquered historically by a symbolic representation of musical notation, is now abandoned in favor of more complex dimension of sound that must be able to be represented in order to be performed. I will not dwell on to the process of the gradual expansion of the sound horizon, which has led to different ways of including sound objects in contemporary syntax. But what is relevant to our discussion is the appearance of this new dimension of the musical language that must be considered. This has created a new process of symbolic representation capable of conveying the necessary information so that these new materials for composing could be correctly performed. As we will see, this process is far from being accomplished. From the point of view of musical noting and notation and musical addition, we have new difficulties. I will start from the simplest case. And Giorgi Ligeti, who is a Hungarian author and one of the first, together with Yanis Xenakis, to take almost literally the concept of sound composition. In this case, the exact term is Klangfarkomposition, timbric composition, and he declines this concept in a practice that is not much based on the use of extended techniques of the instruments that we will see will require innovation when it comes to notational level, but uses very organic, extended organics that disrupt the normal process of addition. So the very first problem is the availability of an adequate format of staves. So stay paper capable of accommodating such large number of real part instruments like this part, Atmosphere from 1961, or this other page of Melodien that are both autographed from 1971 for great orchestras that are published on this paper. The enormous amount of data means that once the piece is finished, the publisher does not submit it to the copying of a copyist. This step is skipped altogether or reserved just to the production of the orchestral parts. And the score is reproduced in an anesthetic form directly from transparencies taken from the composer's autographed copy. And we will see that this practice has continued up until today, regardless of the digital revolution that we've seen in the meantime. Proofreading takes place then on this type of material, and the different passages contain all sorts of dangers in the correct transmission of the text from the composer to the performer. And the information contained in this type of edition is very close to the traditional ones, and the philological issues are very, very similar. The final result of the performance must be submitted to the interpretative ability of the conductor and his orchestra, just like in a traditional piece. Only that the different dimensions of the piece belong to different aesthetic categories and require different types of study. I will proceed immediately to the second case, just like in Ligeti and other composers that are active in the 60s and the 70s, by illustrating further complications both on the notational and the editorial level. These are all compositional practices based on systematic use of extended instrumental techniques, and the emblematic case can only be represented by Helmut Lachmann, an author that has made the exploration of disharmonious and aperiodic sound his main expressive dimensions. You can see that this is taken from the Grand Torso string quartet and from 1971, and the score is organized in a symbolic space where there's a combination of prescriptive and descriptive information, where many sounds are not precisely notated, but the actions of the productions are. This is why we have the key for the fingerboard and the bridge as indication of the position of the bow. There are information about the string on which all the actions are to be performed, and so forth. The time dimension is still quite traditional, as it is expressed by metrical indications with no reference to any accentuative references, and that express the amount of time units quartered equal 56 in a given space. Obviously, this type of notation has led to the introduction of very long legends with explanations of symbols used for the performance, with verbal descriptions that are capable of illustrating as precisely as possible both the action required and the corresponding sound result. In the case of Grand Torso, there are 4 pages full of explanations and 7 pages of the different transpositions and the indications given directly in the score that are specifically for the instrumental gestures, that are far from an editorial standard that still nowadays is not be fully accepted. So from the editorial point of view, the copying phase is eliminated. The score is printed directly from the autographed copy, and the 4 instrumentalists read directly from the score. So the publisher here acts as an intermediary between the composer and the performers that makes the distribution of the material easier for the performance. The real problem with this type of repertoire, and we're way before the digital phase, is informed performance practice. Without a direct contact with a composer or a performer that has worked with him, many of these signs in the scores are ambiguous and can be mistaken despite all the different notes. In order to overcome this gap and to fill in this gap, Lachman has created, in collaboration with the MDI Ensemble, a video in which not only some of these pieces are performed, like for example the ones you see here, trio fluto, Prussian, and allegro sostenuto. There are some sections in the video where the composer himself illustrates the most suitable performing technique to obtain the result he had imagined. So this DVD is an integral part of the textual tradition of the four pieces recorded and commented by the author and his performers. This type of action, but also any traditional actions that have been taken, raises several problems, and it's not an isolated case. There are several different examples, and I would like only to mention the collaboration of the British composer Brian Ferneyhough with the Arditi Quartet for the performance of his quartet number 6. I wanted to mention this type of action because the next cases are taken from very recent practices where there are at least 2 or more steps to be added to an already complex process that runs through a piece from the moment of its conception to that of its performance. The first point is the widespread diffusion of music, writing programs such as Finale, Sibelius Music Score, and so forth. This new fact adds something to the compositional practice of composers, but also in the relationship with the publishers. There are 2 points I would like to make. First of all, each composer can now create his or her own library of special signs. Remember, we're still in the field of composing the sound, so I decided to not talk about all those cases that are about the traditional parameters of musical composition. So every composer can use their own special signs to write their own music. But this means that the exchange with the publisher results into 2 types of relationships. The first exchange is through a common format, such as Music XML, which allows the copies to prepare a digital score from this data. And the action just involves some intervention on the page layout and the corresponding parts. So on one part, the layout, and then the second part is taking care of the detached parts. This process is very insidious when it comes to the notational and graphic complexity of the score, as Luca Valli, a professional copyist, proofreader, and collaborator of some of the most important Italian publishers like Ricordi, Suvini Zerboni, and so forth, as well as composers who have chosen the path of self-production and self-distributions. Another emblematic example could be the score like Ballata No. 2 by Francesco Filidei for organ ensemble and electronics, published by Ray Trade, or a much more complex score which is particularly complex, of the concertino of A in 10 instruments. As you can see here, this is way more complex when it comes to notation, and all the notes to the performance, as you can see here in the next slide, they have not just the verbal explanation of all the symbols used, but you also have pictures of the gestures to be used, and that makes everything easier. The second choice, which is actually using images, I would like to describe by using examples of the score of Giovanni Verrando, a Milanese composer, has developed and refined his notational system to such extent that his publisher limits himself to the distribution of the score provided. In this case, for Verrando, we're talking Verini Zerboni. Suvini Zerboni, excuse me. I would just like to show you these two examples because you will better understand the choice of a non-modifiable file. The first example is a score of a sixth born unicorn. It's a piece that's very recent, composed in 2018 for electric guitar, and it's dedicated to this unicorn cycle where where it's investigated the possibilities of different families of noises. In this kind of language, the gestural precision is crucial for the syntax of the piece and the formal coherence. For this reason, the author has chosen to replace the long verbal description with a video, a multimedia file that is inserted directly in the score, where the instrumental gesture is shown in order to obtain the required result. So the score therefore contains all the different information necessary to realize the instrumental part. I'm not going to dwell into the electronic parts today because it opens up to even more complex scenarios. Unfortunately, you cannot click on this video because of the Zoom, but you see that the gesture is minimalistic. You see, this is the first gesture, and this is the second gesture of with the harmonic device. It's probably very, very quiet as well, because the samples are also kind of discrete. Anyways, I wanted to show you this second example, which is also taken from the score of Verrando Dulgrier, in which the sounds of the sampler are represented by means of the sonogram created by Audio Sculpt software to facilitate not the performance, but to facilitate the timbral integration of the instrumental part. We're talking about compositional and performing practices that require a great familiarity with an important number of changes that occurred recently, and that can be sort of understood only through direct practice, and that's why I called my speech as digitalized orality. This is why a lot of this knowledge is conveyed through technology. And just to mention, a very frequent use between composer and performer is the exchange of video and audio materials via Dropbox or Drive, which is very common, but that goes beyond any possible tracking by those who might want to study both the creative and the performative process if they want to study all these different changes for their own interests. So this is a different scenario, and that's why I would like to also illustrate it in the scenarios that you will see here. The following example is actually taken from another Italian author, Mauro Lanza, and allows me to touch on the last issues in various ways and how it affects the different aspects. It's actually a computer-assisted composition. Since the early 90s on, we have witnessed an increasingly widespread diffusion of programs for the analysis and the synthesis of sound, many of which were originally intended for electronic pieces or electronic parts of mixed music, and it's a term that's used today to indicate a co-presence of instrumental and electronic components. But with time, programs have been developed that are used to process data, both harmonic and spectral, for example, and temporal and duration aspects that can be then used for writing fully instrumental works. I would just like to mention two programs, Max XP or Open Music, for example. For many composers, in fact, the compositional practice in the past, it was done with hands on a keyboard or on a piano, and in the act of searching with the right harmonic melodic combination. Now, the hands are on a different keyboard, the one of the computer. The computer has become the new instrument of daily practice of composition, and it determines with more or less important weight the attitudes of the composer. So to mention this very last example, we're going to see the first page of the score for the string quartet of Mauro Lanza. We'll see the different steps that led to its drafting. The Lanza's daily compositional practice tool is Open Music, which is a very versatile program that can help a lot of different aspects in composing. In this first quartet, it's important to note that a lot of strings have to be placed with a blue tack, which is like a sort of Play-Doh. And using this material in specific points of the string, it alters the music and it produces different sounds according to the dynamic they play the note. And the legends as well and the preparation are here in this slide. The composers then elaborates on the different parameters of the score with open music, and as it follows, this is just the transposition of all the different pitches. So first we have the fixation and determination of the different pitches, then the composer exports all the dynamics, the information about the dynamics, another part on strings that you cannot see here, and so forth up until we get to the final score. But he's not going to complete the score. All the data are sent to Luca Valli, so the copyist, that from a rough draft will end up with a final score where you can see here you have the measures 61 and 65 is the complete version. The digital version in this case does not entail a lot of multimedia aspects, but it's more about the exchange between the composer and the copyist, which are fundamental to determine the right printed score. I would like to use the occasion to thank Mr. Graziani and Mauro Lanza and Luca Valli to have provided me with all this information. I could continue by adding even more complex cases in these exchanges between composing and copying and then creating scores together with the technological advancements that we know. But I think that these few examples that we saw together are enough to show that there are some traditional habits that keep on happening together with new techniques. So, for example, the choice of many composers who decide to self-produce their own scores, which entails a lot of difficulties when it comes to conveying and transmitting all the different notes to the future. I would like to conclude by mentioning this platform, Babel Scores, which is a project that is trying to solve many of the problems that I mentioned in my speech. And you will see it from the screenshot here. It offers several different solutions with multimedia supports. We have several different pieces that are available. That are uploaded onto this platform. You can contact the composer directly. You can rent the different pieces. And you also have the whole curatorial part of the different pieces. I mean, and then obviously you also have the audio records online. So it's like it's an approach that it's trying to put together all the different aspects that I mentioned before. I would like to conclude with an utopian project because my colleague Tibaldi was talking about the philologist as someone that is just taking care of the monumenta, but Les Espèces Acoustiques, it could be one of these projects, one of these editorial projects. We have two pieces. One of them is transitional. Two are transitional as one for a great orchestra, and two of them are just up for rent because the scores are so big, and they have been divided in 4 different packages with 4 different traditional approaches with the contributions of the author, who unfortunately passed away in 1998. There are the anesthetic copies of the copies, and they have all sorts of issues that a critical version usually has, and that could also be tackled by the publishing house. But we see a lot of issues according to all the different parameters and interpretation. Such big projects can only be tackled by a big group of copyists, philologists, and musicologists that together, working together, can finally come together with a critical version. Thank you for your attention.
Ringrazio Ingo Pustianco che ha offerto un ventaglio ampissimo di aspetti molto interessanti legati proprio al
to the overall panorama of the time, which offers us elements for a new conference in which add new questions tied it also to the repertoire and also open the road to new problems such as that of publication and self-production of the scores by contemporary writers and musicians, and a very important aspect which can favor the widespreading of contemporary music, which has a huge following, because within these choruses, the contemporary music is carried out, so it's a very live repertoire and very widespread. Thank you for this presentation, which brings us to a problem which was open also in the keynote address by Philip Van Drie, the need to have research groups. Often the philologist has worked as independently in the archive or library, looking for an author for a repertoire. And in certain sectors, as also in the 1900s and also within the digital editions, there is this need, this greatly felt need to coordinate strength and to work as a team. And this is an aspect which I think is very important to be kept in mind in proposing projects and working in this field. We wish to close our first session, and we will devote 3 minutes, but literally 3 minutes, for the coordination, for the technical aspects, and we begin again promptly at 5:40. 40 minutes past 5, in 3 minutes time, literally. The second part of the session is devoted to the intervention of those who deal with the problem from the point of view of executive praxis. So musicians, directors of choruses and ensemble. Thank you, and we meet again in 3 minutes.
online vedo un'altra roba io. Quello lì è quello che è online, è per domande ai relatori, quella roba lì, vero? Ok. Poi la telecamera io accendo la mia.
Lorenzo Donati che userà il suo computer e condividerà delle immagini.
Loro mi vedono, sono...
Ora aspetta.
Io sono in condivisione schermo. Se l'accendo. Sì, ho acceso questo.
tolgo un attimo. Riprendiamo il nostro convegno e appunto
We start once again, and now we have the last phase of the first session because we were asked a question. I don't know if Francesco is connected. Yes, I am. Because the question that we had is for Francesco Saggio from Lucia Marchi from the DePaul University of Chicago. And the question, Lucia Marchi asks, how can we interpret the two signs of C and cut C in those cases where there are madrigals which are chromatic in C, like that of Claudio Veggio of 1540? How do tactus and esecuzione change? Thank you. Well, there are many different cases. In the one she is referring to, there is a coexistence of the old semiographic writing with the cut C, which in the semi-breve, it is slightly accelerated, but we should open a much vaster question, actually. And whereas that with the black notes, with the tempus non diminutum, are normal tactus alla minima, which is typical of the mid-1500s. And the question, well, it needs more articulation because I know what happens from the beginning of the 1500s to 1540, where actually there is a coexistence of signs of tempus diminutum and non diminutum, both applied to the ordo mensuralis with the white notes, with the tactus and semi-breve. In both cases, and I simplify, when the composer prefers the non-diminished time, the execution is slower, more, whereas instead the cut C with the white in the madrigals before 1540 basically indicates tactus in the semi-breve ordinario. I don't know if I am answering Lucia Marchi, but the idea is the following, but it's very complex as an answer because there really are very many different situations. Thank you, Francesco Saggio. And I want to begin the second part of the session of our Congress for the executive praxis. Let's begin with Paolo Dacolle. Paolo Dacolle has done studies at the Conservatory in Bologna and also at the Ca' Foscari in Venezia and the Sanctitudes of de la Renaissance in Tours, where he worked together with for the project of Gesualdo Online. Since he was very young, his interests were in the repertory of Renaissance music and pre-classic music, uniting research and execution. He is a librarian of the Conservatory in Venice and worked with Luigi Ferdinando Pagliavini in drafting L'Organo, a magazine, and he does instrumental and vocal musical reviews, catalogs of and essays. Since 1998, he's been directing the Ensemble Vocal Audicaton, a series of male voices with whom he does concert activity and discographic activity. He's obtained the Abbiati Prize for Italian critical music. The theme is chiavette, le chiavette, and repertoire, Venetian repertoire of concert from the Basilica of St. Mark.
Buongiorno, grazie Cecilia di questa introduzione, grazie di questo invito.
Thank you for this invitation.
Stato felice di poter essere lì in presenza ad Arezzo, un luogo nel quale appunto sono venuto in passato anche con Odecaton per esecuzioni musicali o qualche giuria, insomma, quindi un luogo che ricordo con grande piacere. Poi sarebbe stato anche un piacere socializzare e rivedere tanti amici che vedo comparire in questo convegno.
are at this
appunto il
Congress.
tema è quello, diciamo così,
So
delle chiavette, un
the main
termine in
topic is the
realtà
clavette clefs,
che non risale all'epoca in cui questa
and it's a
prassi
term that does
era
not
diffusa, ma
go back
diciamo un
to the
termine
period of time where
coniato
this
poi in
practice
epoca
was actually
successiva,
widespread, but
quindi
it's actually a term
solo
that was
durante il
coined a little
XVIII
bit later,
secolo.
so during the 18th century.
Come è noto a ogni
As
cantante, a ogni direttore di coro, la comodità dell'estensione vocale
any
è uno dei
choir
primi requisiti per una
singer,
buona resa
the good
della
vocal
polifonia.
extension is
Quindi a metà del Cinquecento i teorici della musica hanno
polyphony.
fissato
So
un modello ideale di equilibrio vocale, plasmato,
15th
come è
century,
noto, sulle
the
4
experts
voci
there,
maschili
they
e anche naturalmente
established
dei pueri
a
cantores,
vocal
una visione
balance on
naturalmente
4 male voices
androcentrica,
on the
visto
cantores,
che dal momento che
absolutely
agli uomini
male-centered,
era riservato il servizio musicale nelle
because
chiese, benché
musical
insomma
services
ci
were
fosse anche
only
l'eccezione delle donne
male-centered,
appartenenti a
even though
ordini
there were
religiosi.
some exceptions
Comunque,
coming
le
from
voci
different religious
comuni, diciamo,
orders,
nelle
but
quali
the
viene
common voices
distribuita la polifonia
throughout the
sono
polyphony is
evidentemente quelle di soprano,
distributed
contralto,
are
tenore,
the
basso
soprano,
e
alto,
i teorici
tenor,
della
and bass.
musica ne vogliono
And
delimitare
the music
chiaramente
theorists,
i
they
confini.
want to establish the limitations and of this.
Ecco. Ne vogliono delimitare i confini, dicevo,
So they just
questo
want to
appunto
establish all the different
è un esempio
parameters.
tratto
This is just an
dal
example
trattato di Nicola Vicentino,
from the volume
appunto
of Nicola Vicentino,
le voci sono
and
esposte, sono
voices
riportate appunto con i
that you can
loro
see here
ambiti, con i loro
are
termini
reported
più precisi,
in their own terms.
naturalmente in
So
modo
very
come
specific terms.
che queste voci, appunto con le rispettive chiavi
And all
naturali,
these voices
rimangano nei
with their
termini di tutti
respective
gli spazi
natural
e di tutte
clefs
le righe,
stay
quindi
in
senza
all the
fuoriuscire,
spaces and
diciamo,
all the lines
dal
without actually
pentagramma. La
exiting
comodità
the
della
stave.
tessitura che ne risulta per le rispettive
The
voci è un
comfortable
requisito importantissimo,
aspect
diciamo
for the
ineludibile.
texture of the
Zarlino tiene
voice is
molto e
actually
dedica proprio un
very
capitolo delle istituzioni armoniche
very evident. Zerlino
alla
dedicates an
necessità che non
entire
si
chapter
debba
to the
continuare molto nel
harmonic
grave o
realization,
nell'acuto per evitare che il cantore si
without
stanchi.
making sure that the grave and
Vuole
the
ribadire che
treble
è
are
importante che
not
il
for
cantore
too long, so that the singer does
rispetti i
not get
confini, il
tired. It's
compositore
important for
rispetti i
the
confini
for the chorister and the
nello scrivere per le
composer
voci e non potrà
respects
seguire se non
and
comodo
sticks
grande al
to
cantore e nascere
this
buoni e perfetti
these
concenti.
spaces,
Un
so that the
analogo
chorister
invito giunge dal
can create these
teorico
balances.
parmense Pietro Ponzio
Another
nel suo ragionamento
invitation
di
comes from
musica,
Palmense Peter
che
Ponzio
raccomanda nella
on
seconda metà
his
del
reasoning
Cinquecento,
about music that
1588,
by
che le
the
composizioni
mid
non
1500s
eccedano
of
fra le sue
1588
estremità più di
says that all
10
the
voci, quindi
compositions should not
19 diciamo,
exceed
note diatoniche,
20
perché
diatonic
passando questo
notes,
numero le parti estreme con
because
difficoltà
if you go
saranno
over,
cantate. Quindi
the
il
extreme
range
parts
vocale
will
favorito
not be
rimane
performed. So the
l'intervallo di
preferred
vigesima, diciamo da
vocal
Fa1, il Fa
range
della chiave di
is from
basso, il
F1,
Fa grave della chiave di basso,
so
fino a Re
the
4,
bass
quindi il Re
clef,
della chiave di
up
violino,
until the
appunto,
D
oppure
clef,
Sol Mi, Sol
so
1, Mi 4,
the D in the
che
treble
permetta
clef,
quindi alle
or
voci di collocarsi
G
nell'ambito delle rispettive chiavi naturali senza
G, E
uscire dal pentagramma.
clef, or in
E di
the
fatto un
natural
ambito
keys
che
without actually exiting
coincide con quello
or going out
individuato
of the
dalla
stave, which is
cosiddetta
actually a
mano
parameter
guidoniana.
that was also identified by the
Banchieri,
so-called
in
Guidonian hand.
particolare,
Banchieri, in
osserva,
particular,
appunto, anch'egli riporta un ambito, diciamo,
reports and observes
estendendolo di una nota, ma
the same thing, just extending it by one note.
rimarca che la mano altro non è che una distanza di
just
21
highlights
voce
the
divisa in
fact
tre
that this
ordini,
hand
e
is
appunto
actually one
specifica
extra
quali
voice
sono gli
divided in
ordini,
3 different orders.
e dette voci, appunto, se
And the
le
so-called
voci che vanno
the
oltre
aforementioned
le chiameremo
voices
strumentali e non
that
per
go
voci
beyond
umane
will be
appropriate.
called
Quindi questa è la distinzione, voci
instrumental and
umane
not
e voci,
properly human
e
voices.
voci
So
strumentali, sì.
that's the difference between
E quindi,
the two types of
naturalmente,
voices.
al di là di questi tentativi dei teorici
So
di
besides all
stabilire dei
these
confini, dei termini
theoretical
precisi,
attempts
delle
to
norme,
establish very
diciamo,
particular
da non
terms, very
disattendere,
particular
il concetto
borders
che in realtà
and norms
domina
to
in tutta
stick
questa
to,
epoca
the
un po'
concept that
sempre
we've seen
è
throughout
quello
all
della
this time
variabilità.
is actually
Variabili
very
erano gli organici
varied,
vocali e
so very
strumentali ai
diverse,
quali si
because
poteva
there were so many
ricorrere
different
quindi la
variabilities in
disponibilità di
terms of
voci e di
voices, in terms
strumenti
of
poteva
instruments,
variare molto.
and the availability of these voices and instruments could vary a lot.
Variavano chiaramente, variava il corista, il
The
cosiddetto
chorister
corista, che naturalmente
also
a seconda
was
degli usi
very
locali
diverse. According to
poteva
the
essere
different
diverso.
local need could be
Ludovico
different.
Zacconi
And Ludovico
lo
Zacconi
precisa ponendo
is
appunto il
very
problema
specific
dell'intonazione con gli
about this,
strumenti.
considering
Zacconi
the
dice,
intonation with instruments. And
avverta che le
Zacconi
voci umane possano
says
cantare una cantilena a un tuono più alto e un tuono
the
più
human
basso,
voices
secondo
can
che
have
gli
a sort
torna
of
comodo e che
chant
gli pare e piace.
with a higher
Così
pitch or
ancora
a
gli
lower
strumenti
tip,
possano
according
suonare
to
una
whether
cosa
they
ora in
like
un
it or
tuono
not.
e ora
And
nell'altro,
same thing for
per
instruments.
rispetto
They
che
can
tutti
play one
universalmente
tune or the other,
tutti gli strumenti sono alti rispetto alle voci.
but
Viene
we
una
need to
sorta
consider
di
that all the instruments are slightly
conflitto
higher than the voices. So
tra
there is a
voci e
sort of
tra
conflict
strumenti.
between
Gli
voices
strumenti
and
hanno delle
instruments.
esigenze, diciamo così, di
The
brillantezza. Gli
instruments need
organi
a sort of
ricercano
brightness.
nell'acuto questa
The
vivacità con
organs
un corista
find in the
più
treble
elevato, una vivacità di
this
spirito. È proprio
very
un
this
termine che
lively
ricorre in alcuni documenti,
spirit,
insomma.
together
Mentre le
with the
voci
treble
cercano
voices,
sempre di
and this is something that comes in one of the
posizionarsi
documents, whereas
di avere
the
un corista
voices
più comodo appunto per le
try
voci.
to have
Questi coristi vengono in
something
qualche
more
modo, sono in qualche modo
comfortable, so that the
ricostruibili, anche
chorister
se non
can
abbiamo
sing in a
certezze, ma
much more
insomma
comfortable
gli
position.
strumenti a
And
intonazione fissa ci possono
it's true
aiutare,
that
in
the
particolare gli
fixed
organi,
tone
chiaramente, di cui possiamo
instruments,
ogni
especially
tanto
organs,
ricostruire il
can help
corista
us
e i cornetti
understand
e le loro taglie, che sono
what
denominate
happens. Also,
di
the
mezzo
little
punto
horns
e di
and
tutto punto,
all the different
che
half
diventano
points
elementi per
or
qualificare
whole
appunto il corista anche degli organi. È
that are
stato
elements to
stabilito che il
identify
tuono di
also the
tutto punto
choristers for
corrisponde appunto a
organs.
a un
It has
La3
been
di circa 440
established
Hz,
that a
e
half point tone is actually
il
a
tuono di mezzo
A3 of
punto a un
460
corista di
hertz,
466 Hz, quindi un semitono sopra il nostro attuale
and
diapason,
the
e
whole
il
point
tuono
tone
corista,
is actually
che nel
440 hertz.
1507 un documento
And
padovano
the
chiama
chorister
coristo
tone,
a voce
which
de homo o
is
da coro, quindi
it's called by
proprio
one of the
concepito in
documents
favore della
from
voce
Padua
umana e della polifonia,
1507.
è
It's a
attribuito a
chorister with a human
un
voice
ambito che potrebbe essere
that
nel nord
it's
Italia,
over,
attorno
but
alla
it's
3
also
di
for a
415, quindi un
choir,
semitono più basso
and it's
dell'odierno diapason.
established around
E Giovanni Battista
415 hertz,
Doni,
which is
nelle sue
a
annotazioni
mid-tone
sopra il
lower than
compendio
the
dei
normal
generi, qui siamo appunto nel
diapason.
1640,
Another
rimarca
expert
comunque
in
ancora in quell'epoca
1640
la bassezza dei coristi dell'Italia
records the fact
centro-meridionale, quindi
that
c'è una
there was
varietà
a
di corista
lower
anche,
tones in
diciamo, alle
the
diverse
southern part of
latitudini.
Italy, so the voices of the
Questa
choristers were different according
variabilità
to the
è
different
stata
latitudes
anche
of
ricostruita
our
molto
country,
bene da
and
Patrizio Barbieri,
this variety was very much well
con riferimento a un organo
reconstructed
romano.
by
Insomma,
Patrizio Barbieri
la sua
in
ricostruzione
referring
porta a
to
questo
a Roman
risultato,
choir,
e
and
cioè, vedete, Napoli
his analysis, you see,
435 Hz, quindi
leads
quasi
to this. So
440
Naples,
Hz, quindi tre
435 hertz,
semitoni, cioè
almost
tre semitoni
440
sotto il
tones,
corista nostro,
which is
Roma 2
3
semitoni sotto,
midtones below
Firenze
ours.
1,
Rome is
e
2
in Lombardia
midtones
grosso modo attorno al nostro là,
or
e
semitones.
Venezia
Florence,
invece
1
un corista
semitone.
ancora più
Lombardy
elevato, quindi vi è una
around
sorta
R
di
or
di
A.
altezza, di
In Venice
alzarsi,
is
un
1
innalzamento del
semitone
corista a
above.
seconda della
So
latitudine.
it
È
seems
un
like that
fenomeno
the
sul
chorister
quale poi Doni anche fa delle altre ipotesi di
has a
carattere
higher
più
pitch or a lower
fisiologico
pitch,
sui
according
cantori,
also to
eccetera.
geography, it
Ma
seems like.
venendo al discorso che ci riguarda, cioè quello
But speaking about
delle
our
cosiddette chiavette,
speech today, so about
verremo a
clefs,
dire che la combinazione delle 4 chiavi
we can
naturali,
say
quindi di
that the
soprano,
combination
contralto,
of the
tenore,
4
basso, non era
traditional
appunto l'unica
keys, so
praticata
soprano,
dai
alto,
compositori
tenor, and
tra il
bass,
XV
was
e il
actually
XVII
not
secolo,
practiced
che
by the
ricorsero
composers
anche a
between the 15th century and the 17th century.
gruppi di chiavette, ovvero
They were
chiavi
actually
alte,
using
che potevano essere di
little
violino,
clefs,
mezzo
so
soprano,
chiavette that
contralto
could
e
be
baritono o
treble
tenore,
clefs
e
that
più
could be
raramente di chiavi
violin,
basse,
mezzo-soprano,
che
alto,
potevano essere
baritone, and tenor,
ugualmente mezzo
or
soprano,
low
tenore,
clefs that was
baritono,
mezzo-soprano, tenor,
contrabbasso.
baritone,
Ecco,
and
queste naturalmente
contrabass.
sono alcuni esempi, poi vi possono essere
These are just
varianti
a couple of
a seconda
examples,
naturalmente delle
and there
musiche
could
e delle
be
necessità
also
compositive.
variants according to the different
Le
musical
fonti
needs.
teoriche
The
cinquecentesche
theoretical
non
sources from the
dicono nulla
1500
opportunità di trasportare, o dicono assai poco, comincia a dirlo con maggiore, diffondendosi maggiormente Adriano Banchieri all'inizio del Seicento, ma prima di fatto non se ne parla, e deriva, che questa disattenzione, secondo noi, degli antichi trattatisti sul procedimento del trasporto, che doveva essere spesso previsto non sempre, ma spesso previsto dalla presenza delle chiavette, e deriva in realtà dal conflitto tra la sua natura, che è di origine pratica, è legata a fattori variabili, invece la nostra moderna esigenza di avere leggi, appunto, quindi razionalizzare il trasporto, sottoporlo a norme precise. Noi non abbiamo queste esigenze, quindi che il nostro atteggiamento storicista anche nei confronti della classe esecutiva ci porta a stabilire delle leggi che non sempre sono rispettabili. Abbiamo visto anche appunto in precedenti relazioni, appunto, abbiamo visto anche del tactus, che a volte si ipotizzano cose che non sono, che vanno nelle direzioni opposte rispetto a quello che ipotizziamo. Quindi Adriano Banchieri pubblicò trattazioni su come si trasportano gli modi per voce e per strumenti così acuti come gravi, ma appunto tra i fattori del trasporto intervenivano la disponibilità delle voci e degli strumenti, la necessità di accordarli tra loro, il corista, appunto, quel che abbiamo prima citato. Prima di affrontare alcuni esempi veneziani, come annuncia un po' il titolo della comunicazione, vorrei riportare alcuni elementi di questa prassi. Che gli antichi musicisti, soprattutto i cantanti, tendevano ad associare ad una certa altezza di suono la posizione delle note sul rigo, indipendentemente dalla chiave indicata, avendo quest'ultima la funzione di determinare la successione di toni e semitoni e non l'altezza assoluta dei suoni. E quindi gli esecutori avevano una certa familiarità a variare sistemi di chiavi e a operare trasporti. Il secondo punto, i compositori avvertivano la necessità, una volta attribuito alla composizione un determinato impianto modale, un determinato modo, di mantenere le voci nei confini del pentagramma, evitando i tagli addizionali nei quali si rifuggiva. Quindi lo stesso modo poteva essere collocato nel suo tono e nell'ambito delimitato dalle chiavi naturali, o trasportato se le estensioni attribuite dal compositore alle voci non risultavano compatibili con gli ambiti del pentagramma. Nel terzo punto, nel caso di composizione con un bemolle in armatura da trasportare alla quarta inferiore, nel caso di musiche in primo modo trasportato alla quarta, cioè composte in primo modo, trasportate alla quarta superiore col bemolle, dovremmo riportarle appunto alla quarta inferiore. La scelta del compositore poteva essere motivata anche dal profitto che il cantore poteva trarre nella vista proprio del bemolle, in quanto agevolante la corretta sommissazione. Insomma, il bemolle individuava l'intervallo mi-fa. E quindi spesso, tra l'altro, il bemolle poteva essere segnato 2 volte sul rigo a distanza di ottava, quindi diventava un riferimento visivo importante. Dobbiamo pensare che i riferimenti visivi sono importanti in quest'epoca. Pensiamo anche al custos che viene posto alla fine del pentagramma per indicare la nota successiva, quindi è un altro aspetto. Il compositore poteva avere necessità anche di conformarsi alla chiave originale del tenor, così come poteva apparire nei coevi di libri liturgici di canto fermo di riferimento, e quindi questa è un'altra possibile motivazione dell'uso delle chiavette. Oppure, molto
That's why sometimes these
semplicemente,
clefs
le
used
musiche
to be
potevano
used.
essere poste
Or
in chiavette
simply
perché avevano
the
una
music
destinazione
could use
strumentale.
these
Quindi
chiavette
magari in
clefs because
musiche
they had a
policorali
instrumental
e
destination.
sono dei cori posti in
So we
chiavette
have
alte
choral
proprio perché quel
pieces
coro
where
va
we have very
attribuito
high
agli strumenti.
chiavette because that choir is for
Comunque,
instruments.
vediamo alcuni esempi che possono
So
offrire
let's take a look at some
degli
examples that
spunti di
might
riflessione. Ci sono 3 mottetti a
lead
6
us
voci di
to
Gioseffo
some
Zarlino,
interesting examples. We
maestro di
have
cappella in San
the
Marco e
Giuseppe
teorico della
Zarlino
musica, come ben noto.
piece, who is the
Questi 3
master chorist
mottetti
of San Mark
richiamano
Basilica.
appunto il secondo punto del quale ho
There are 3
parlato, cioè la
motets,
necessità delle chiavi
and
di
these 3
attribuire alle voci
motets
di
recall
conformarsi alle
the
esigenze
necessity
del modo
of
prescelto.
making
Allora,
sure these
Zarlino li
clefs
cita come
conform to the needs
esempi,
of the choir. Sarvino
gli
mentions them
esempi significativi del terzo modo.
as
Sappiamo che Zarlino
significant examples of
diede
the
una
third
diversa
mode. We
numerazione ai
know that
modi, quindi
Zarlino
il primo
gave
modo
a
di
different type
fatto.
of numeration to the
Anche per
the
Zarlino
different
è
modes.
il
And
primo
this
modo
is
secondo la università
the
degli
first
musici,
mode,
dice Zarlino,
according to
e lo
the
riconosce.
universality of all the
Quindi un
musicians. So he
motetto, Salve
recognizes
Regina
that. So
intanto.
it's a motet.
Questo Salve
It's
Regina
a
è
Salve
composto nelle
Regina,
sue chiavi naturali,
and it's being
vedete,
composed in its
quindi
natural keys, its natural
appunto
clefs.
di soprano, di C1, appunto
So
C1,
soprano
C3,
is
C4
C1,
e
C2,
poi
C3,
appunto due
C4,
un F3 ed
and then
F4, quindi
F3 and F4.
di baritono e di basso.
So
Ma insomma di fatto
baritone
alla fine
and
è 6
basso
voci, ma è
and bass,
scritto nelle
so
sue chiavi
bassos.
naturali e quindi
So
è in
3
primo
voices, but
modo
it's
e
still
sta
in
nel
its
suo
natural
e sta appunto
keys.
può stare nel suo modo
So
senza essere
it can still
trasposto.
stick to its mode without
Invece
having to
veniamo ad
be
altri 2
transposed.
motetti appunto che
Let's move on
Zarlino
to other
cita nelle
motets
istituzioni
that
armoniche
Zarlino mentions
congiunti
in the
appunto
institute
assieme.
in the
Ecco,
harmonic
questi 2
institutions,
motetti
and they are
invece
together.
sono scritti
So
in
these
chiavette
2
alte, come vedete,
motets
cioè,
are
vedete la
actually
chiave di
written
violino, ricorre nelle prime 2 voci e
in
così
the
via. Ecco.
high clefs. So you can see the treble
Quindi il loro
clef
modo
in the
è
first
trasposto alla quarta
two
alta
measures.
nel tono di
The
sol con
third
il si
mode is
bemolle,
actually
quindi è
transported
il
in
primo
its
modo
high pitch
trasposto.
with a
E
B
questo
flat
genere di trasposizione del
from
primo
its
modo è
G
ricorrente, è
correspondent.
usuale.
And this mode is actually very
Patrizio
common.
Barbieri ne indica una possibile
It comes
motivazione a
back. Patrizio
proposito di un inno di
Barbieri
Palestrina che
illustrates
dice
a potential reason
che
for it,
Padre Martini,
considering the
appunto,
hymn
citando
of
Padre Martini, che trascrisse e
Palestrina,
descrisse questo
mentioning
inno
Padre
del
Martini,
primo
who
tuono
has
trasportato alla quarta sopra
transcribed
come
this
si trova
hymn
negli
that was being
antifonari anche
transposed
antichi ed è il
to
caso
the
appunto
fourth superior,
al
just
quale
like it was
facevo
found in the
riferimento,
ancient
quindi per
antiphonaries.
portarlo nel tono in cui
So
compare
to
nei libri
bring it to
liturgici.
the tone
Ma nel caso dei
that is
due
supposed to
motetti
be for the
zarliniani scritti in
liturgic
chiavette non pare
readings.
rientrare in questa nella
But
casistica di un
for these
adeguamento
tones and for
al tono
these modes,
originario in
it doesn't
sol,
seem
quindi
like
del canto fermo,
the
ad
original
esempio nel
tone
caso delle
is a
vittime
G,
pascali
so
laudes.
the canto
Ma
fermo of the
piuttosto
Victime
pare
Pasquali Laudes.
discendere dalla convenienza di una diversa armatura di chiavi
But
che
it seems like
permetta
here
a
we have a
tutte le
descendance
voci
of
di
a
non
different
uscire, di non
armature
sconfinare
of
dall'ambito del
keys,
pentagramma.
which allow the
Quindi
voices not
questi
to
mottetti,
exit
se
the
fossero stati
stage.
lasciati
So
nel
if
tono di re,
these
sarebbero
motets
usciti
were left
dai
in the
pentagrammi, non si
D
sarebbe trovato
note,
un sistemi di
they
chiavi
would have
che
exited
potesse appunto lasciarli
the stage.
all'interno
So they would have
del pentagramma.
they would have
Invece, appunto,
actually
con questi diversi
gone out
sistemi,
of the
combinazioni
traditional
di
lines.
chiavi, stanno all'interno
Instead, thanks to
del
this new
pentagramma.
combination of clefs, they actually
Poi
stay
naturalmente si può
inside the
unire
stage.
la ragione, questa ragione ben individuata da
Then we can also
Luigi Ferdinando
talk about
Tagliarini in un
another
articolo
reason that
appunto
is well highlighted by
sul
Pierluigi
corista,
Fernando Tagliarini
in
on
cui
the
appunto
chorists,
egli segnalò il fatto che il bemolle in chiave poteva
who
essere una
said
sorta
that
di
the flat
segnale
in key
appunto per l'intervallo di semitono mi
could
fa.
have been a
Ecco,
warning sign for the interval
naturalmente anche per gli antichi
EF.
era un problema
For
trasportare, cioè
the
leggere,
ancients,
trasportare, cambiare
of course, it was a
chiavi.
problem to transpose, to change clefs
Appunto
to
nella cartella musicale di Banchieri vi è
in the
l'allievo che
musical
chiede
sheet of
ma perché
Banchieri,
i
there
compositori
is
non
the
usano tutti i
student that
canti per la
says,
chiave di Ce sol
why
fa ut,
don't
cioè la chiave di do,
composers
senza averli
use
a
the same
trasportare? In tal modo si
G clef
impareria a
without
cantare con
having
più
to
facilità. E il maestro
transpose them?
gli
It would
risponde,
have
si
been a
usano i
lot
canti
easier.
per Ge sol
And
re
the
ut, cioè in
maestro
chiave di sol di violino, più per gli
answers,
strumenti che per le
we
voci,
use the chants
atteso che
in
suonando così
the
all'alta
G
fanno più
clefs
viva
for
l'armonia.
instruments than for voices, because
alla quale facevo
using higher
riferimento
pitches,
prima, sì
everything
che
becomes
sia
more
necessario
lively, just
leggere
like I
tutte
was
le
mentioning
chiavi e con la
before.
pratica
So it's
trasportarle.
important to
Insomma,
read all
il
the
maestro
different
dice
clefs
all'allievo,
with all the
devi comunque darti una
transposed
mossa e
notes.
sapere
So
leggere tutte le
basically, the
chiavi e con
maestro
la pratica
says
trasportarle.
to his student, make sure
Quindi
you read all the notes, you learn all the
questa
notes,
affermazione
and
appunto
its
che parla, che cita
transpositions.
gli strumenti,
So this piece
ci
mentions
fa
the
pensare al repertorio
instruments,
concertato e
makes us
policorale,
think
che
about
quindi
the
coinvolgeva voci e strumenti,
polyconcerto and polychoral
che a Venezia,
performances,
particolarmente in San
and all
Marco,
the
ha
choirs that
conosciuto naturalmente, come vi è
were
noto,
very
una
famous for
straordinaria
San Mark
fioritura,
and
anche
Venice.
perché insomma era un luogo, diciamo,
Venice was
in cui
a
sono
fervent
arrivati
place for all
strumentisti di
the
grandissima capacità e
choristers
grandi
and
cantori. E quindi
instrumentalists
queste
and
musiche
great
grandi,
singers of
così che
all
venivano
times.
chiamate,
So these musiche grande,
vennero
as they were called,
usati nelle occasioni più solenni
were
e
used in the
con gli
most
strumenti
solemn
citati nelle
occasions
fonti, quindi
with
cornetti,
all the
tromboni, violini,
instruments
violone,
cited in the
fagotto
phones,
e
so
così
like
via.
the
Vi è
bassoon,
una raccolta che è quella
the
dei concerti
hornets,
di Andrea
violins,
Giovanni
and so forth.
Gabrieli, curati da
And
Giovanni,
together with
pubblicati
the
nel
concerts of Andrea
1587
Giovanni Gabriele, published in
a stampa.
1597,
E vi è un esemplare di questi
the
concerti
printed
conservato a
versions,
Bologna, nel
and a
Museo
specimen
Biblioteca
of
della
these
Musica,
concerts are actually kept in the
completata, è una
Library
raccolta che viene
Museum of
completata nel
Bologna,
1861 dal
and it's
bibliotecario Gaetano
a
Gaspari,
dossier
grazie
that
al
was
dono di
actually
2 dei
completed
12
by
libri di
Gaetano
parte che mancavano,
Gaspari,
compiuto da Angelo Catelani, che era maestro di
and it was
cappella del
completed
Duomo
by
di
Angelo
Modena.
Catellani,
Insomma,
that
il
was
maestro
also
di
the
cappella del Duomo di Modena prende i 2
maestro
libretti
of
che sono
cappella
nell'archivio musicale
of
di
the
Modena
Duomo
e
of
li dona
Modena. So basically,
al
the
liceo
chapel
musicale
master
perché completi la sua
takes
raccolta.
these two
E
books
questo
and
avveniva anche
gives it
questo.
to the musical
Vi sono
lyceum so that
delle
they could get
parti
completed.
che
That's also what
riportano
happened. So they were using students as well.
l'indicazione appunto degli strumenti
These are just two
o delle
parts that
voci che
report the
vanno a
indication
eseguire
of
appunto quella
voices and
parte.
instruments
Vedete qui ad esempio,
that are there
adesso
to
io non vedo la parte
that
superiore dello
perform
schermo, ma
that part.
insomma
I mean, I cannot
sarà
see
forse
the
cornetto,
upper
e
part
comunque
of
sotto
the screen, but I
vedete
think it's cornet
trombone, ecco il trombone,
and trombone as
nella
well
parte di sotto.
in the lower part.
Insomma, queste indicazioni, benché
So
manchino nei
these
libri parte che arrivavano
notes,
da Modena, chiaramente,
besides the fact that they
insomma
were
ci sono
missing in the books that were
vari
coming
libretti e quindi ci
from
danno un'idea appunto
from
di, ad
from
esempio,
Modena,
nel mottetto di Giovanni
gives us a
a
nice
8
idea
voci,
about for example, the
ecco,
motet of Giovanni Gabrieli
nel mottetto
in 8
Deus
voices.
Meus, a
The
10
motet is
voci
Deus
di
Deus
Giovanni
Meus
Gabrieli, appunto,
for 10
vediamo
voices
quali
by
sono le
Giovanni Gabrieli.
indicazioni
And you'll
riportate
see here
vedete che il coro
the notes
superiore è
and the
scritto appunto
instructions. You see that
in
the superior
chiavette
choir
e
has all
nelle
these
parti più
chiavette
acute
clefs,
vi
and
sono
in the
indicazioni appunto degli
highest
strumenti che
pitches,
partecipano all'esecuzione.
you also
Sono
have some
indicazioni
indications
coeve
for the
naturalmente, sì,
instruments
evidentemente,
that
insomma.
participate. These are clearly
Non abbiamo poi notizia delle parti più gravi, ma possiamo immaginare
complete
che anche le
instructions.
parti
We don't
più
have
gravi,
any
quelle di appunto
information about
la parte
the
il
grave
coro
parts.
inferiore è scritto in
So
chiavette
the
basse, quindi
inferior part of the choir
è
is
chiaro
probably
che
written
dovevano
in
essere
low
affidate a
chiavette clefs,
strumenti appunto perché si va ad esplorare
and
ambiti
therefore
troppo
they probably needed
profondi, ecco.
different types of
Però
instruments
appunto con
because
le
they would
voci
be
sicuramente nella prima parte,
too low
probabilmente
pitched.
forse anche nella seconda e nella terza,
So
insomma,
probably
ecco,
you see
non
with the
sappiamo, anche
voices,
se non sappiamo.
we
E questo poi ci
have
riporta
different
a una
varieties
prassi
in
che era
first
quella
part, second part, and
di
third
cui parla
part.
anche Pretorius,
And
di
we arrived to a
comunque
certain
far
practice that
intervenire
Pretorius
strumenti e
also
voci
talks
assieme
about, where
e nei
voices and
cori
instruments come
acuti
together,
far
and in the
intervenire le
very
voci appunto nella
high
parte più
choirs,
grave, che è una prassi appunto che è diffusa.
you also have voices
Ecco.
in the most grave parts. And
Verrei
it
a
was a
un
very
altro caso dei
widespread
concerti che è quello
practice. I would like to mention also
della
another
messa
case
a 5,
for
16, da 5 a 16 voci,
concerts,
da
and
1
it's
a
a
4
mass
cori di Andrea Gabrieli, in
for
cui vi è
5 to
un
16
coro che si
voices
chiama
by Giovanni
Cappella
Gabrieli,
dei Cantori.
where we have a
E
choir that's
quindi
called
anche
Cappella
questo
dei Cantori.
è legato storicamente proprio alla
This is
prassi marciana.
obviously linked to
Vi
the
è testimonianza che
march
nel 1585 venne eseguita
practice,
una messa
and
cantata in
in
4 cori, venne
1585
allestito
there
un
was a
palco
mass
nuovo per i cantori,
organized for 5
vennero
choirs. There
impiegati
was a new stage for the choristers,
cantori e suonatori e in
so
occasione appunto
both
della visita dei
instrumentalists and
principi
singers
giapponesi.
were
Il Kyrie
organized in the occasion
II
of
e il santo e i
the
sacri
visit
cori
of the Japanese princes. The Kyrie
hanno
and the
appunto,
Santos in three choirs
sono cori appunto 2 in chiavette alte e 1 in chiavi
are three
naturali.
choirs,
Il
and
Gloria
two
invece
with
è a
two
4 cori
chiavette clefs and one
in
with natural
chiavette
clefs.
alte, ibride, diciamo così,
We also have another choir with a hybrid
naturali
type
e
of clef
chiavette basse. Ecco,
with natural
queste 3
clefs
parti
and
riportano
low and
appunto il
grave
coro
clefs.
denominato Cappella dei Cantori, quindi di
This
destinazione
part
principalmente
is
vocale e
for
adeguata alle
the
chiavi naturali. In realtà nel
choir
solo
for the
Gloria le
singers,
voci della cappella sono
and
scritte
in
nelle
the
chiavi
solo
naturali, mentre nel
Gloria,
Kyrie secondo e nel
the
Sanctus esse appaiono in
chapel
chiavette alte.
voices are
Ecco,
written
quindi
in the
l'attribuzione alla
natural
cappella
clefs,
di 2
whereas
diverse armature di
everything
chiavi
else is actually
in
written
questo
in
è stata
higher
rilevata da
clefs
alcuni
and lower
studiosi, in
clefs. So
particolare Anthony
this was
Carver, una
a
immotivata
case
incoerenza,
studied
no?
by a lot of different
Si parla
theorists, like
appunto di
Anthony Carvel,
mystery,
for
di un
example.
mistero, insomma non si capisce perché.
And it's
In realtà
almost considered like
con
a
la
mystery
consueta
that
trasposizione
nobody
alla
knows
quarta
why
bassa
they
di
did
Kyrie
that.
II e
And
Sanctus, i
actually,
3
with
cori
the second
vengono a coincidere
transposition of
perfettamente
the
con i cori
second
inferiori del Gloria.
inferior, so with the Sanctus,
L'aggiunta nel
all the
Gloria di un
different
coro
choirs
acuto per
start
gli
matching,
strumenti, quindi
and there was an addition of
al Gloria appunto, pare voler
treble choir
attribuire maggior
for the Gloria
brillantezza e solennità a
that was
quella
added
che comunque è
afterwards
la
in order to give
dossologia
a
maggiore.
more lively
E quindi costringe poi la
aspect
sezione
to the
dell'ordinarium a
entire
risiedere in
piece.
re, cioè nel tono
So
proprio del
the
primo modo, per il
ordinary
vasto ambito
would be
che si viene a
to just
costituire
keep it
con il
in
coro
D,
più grave, perché chiaramente qui
and
andiamo
that's
da
the
do
main
grave
situation with the
fino mi
main
acuto,
choir.
cioè adesso non vedo, ma no,
Now
al
I
sol
cannot
credo
see,
nella
but we
parte
get
di
to the
soprano,
G, I
anche se qui
think.
non vedo la
Yeah,
parte
for the soprano,
superiore, ma insomma.
I cannot see the upper part, but I think it's a G.
Ed è evidente, no, all'A addirittura,
No,
appunto.
it's actually an
Ed è
A.
evidente che è inamovibile, non si può trasportare,
And
quindi
this is
la cappella dei
absolutely
cantori è nel suo giusto luogo, quindi che è
fixed,
quello
so
delle chiavi
it cannot be
naturali.
transposed. So
Sebbene comunque
the chapel
anche qui
singers
la
here
cappella dei
is
cantori, il
absolutely
basso, venga spinto fino a Mi, ma
in the
sappiamo
natural
che nella
clefs,
seconda metà
whereas
del Cinquecento in San Marco arrivano
the grave notes
cantanti che
go up
profondino
until
bene, che vadano
E,
bene
but we know that
nel
in the
grave.
mid
Insomma, questi sono alcuni
1500s we
esempi
have
di
singers
questa
that
prassi.
can really reach up
Ecco,
until
io
the grave.
concluderei dicendo che
So these are examples of
sì, è
natural
difficile per
practice
i
for
nostri
those days, and I would
cantanti
like to conclude by saying that
trasportare,
for
perché
our
il
singers,
cantante
sometimes
moderno
it's
è
hard to
abituato
transpose
proprio
all
intanto a
these
leggere in
notes
sole 2
because
chiavi
the
e
modern
poi ad
singer
associare a
is
una determinata
actually
altezza
used to, first of all,
alla
read
nota
just
che
two
legge sul
clefs
rigo, tale da proprio
and
sollecitare un automatismo
attribute just
a
a particular
predisporre l'organo
pitch
vocale in un
to
certo modo
the note
e
that you
quindi
see on the
di
state,
rendere ardua la
and
lettura di
also
un trasporto, anche di un solo tono. E
apply
io
his
vedo che
voice to
questa
what
è
he's
proprio una
reading. So
difficoltà che i cantori
transposition
moderni hanno.
is actually very hard to
Andrebbe anche
modern
poi
singers
fatta
and
una
to
riflessione riguardo al
modern
discorso delle edizioni, se sia bene
choristers.
rispettare l'altezza delle
We
musiche
should
scritte in
reflect
chiavette alte nel caso
also
delle
about
trascrizioni. Pensiamo che ad esempio Padre
whether
Martini, ponendo in partitura la Missa in
actually
Illo Tempore di Claudio
necessary
Monteverdi,
to
la
stick
traspose
to the
direttamente alla
scores
quarta
that were written
inferiore,
like
quindi
that,
all'altezza alla
and
quale
to stick
doveva
to the clefs that
convenientemente
were
essere eseguita,
all these
pur con le
pieces
varianti appunto di
were
corista
written with.
possibili. Ecco, è tutto.
And
Grazie.
thank you.
I wish to thank Paolo Dacol for his presentation, which was very, very interesting. We can really understand the double experience, the competence of a musicologist and interpreter, and these details which has given during the presentation tied to the possibility of influencing the editions. Another important aspect is that of the theoretical sources, which are an indispensable element for the interpreter of ancient music. We wish to thank him and go on to the next report of Lorenzo Donati, who will be talking about Sicut Cerbus di Palestrina. So we are still in the ancient repertoire of the 1500s in the mind field of the web. And He will give us an essay on the many editions and transcriptions which we can find in the web and which offer the opportunity of getting material but which often contain mistakes and imprecisions. Lorenzo Donati is director of a choir and composer. He was formed in the 3-year courses and then in the biennium for specialization of the Guido d'Arezzo Foundation. He studied with masters like Clemensic, Graden, Fasoli, Surrisi Pezzati, and Righelli. And he continued his education and devoted himself to concerts, director of the Vox Cordis vocal ensemble and Vox Ute, with whom won the world prize of choral song in 2016. From 2016, he's been directing the choir of the Cathedral of Siena, Guido Grigi Sargino, a professional ensemble with whom he works for many other artists of the international panorama. He directs the chamber chorus of the Conservatory of Trento. From 2010 to 2014, he directed the Italian Juvenile Choir. With these groups and with this experience, he won special prizes and first prizes in national and international competitions like Arezzo, Cantoni Grosso, Gorizia, Montreux, Saint-Ly, Tours, Valna, Vittorio Veneto. In 2016, he won the European Grand Prix of Choral in choral song, and in 2007, both for the Maria Redenta di Colombia, both categories. Now he teaches at the Conservatory Bonporti of Trento, and he teaches at the Summer Academy of the Chigi Academy of Siena, and tutor of the 3-year course of the Foundation Guido d'Arezzo. I give the floor to Lorenzo Donati. Good day. I have the honor of being one of the lucky people who can speak at this in the special place, which is the Guido d'Arezzo Foundation. I am next to Cecilia Luzzi, and I want to thank her, and I want to thank Alfredo Gandini and Claudio Santori for the opportunity to speak in this important congress, which goes back to a very important theme for the foundation, which was born and continued with the initiatives of Professor Risi when he was president of the Guido d'Arezzo Foundation, and which has never closed in the years past. We try to maintain, with small interventions, we try to go deeper into the executive praxis, particularly. This Congress instead has a further and more specific musicological aspect, and we hope that it will continue in this way, uniting the musicological part with the part of interest tied to the activity of our school for directors and for which is what the musical achievement of the choirs. My intervention goes in this direction, and because the Guido d'Arezzo Foundation has always, since the 70s and 80s, published new editions and transcriptions of ancient music and also contemporary music, and has done so with the idea of educating the choirs that participated in, and the directors, and widespreading new and good transcriptions. Time has gone by, times are different, and today I want to share my screen so we can start talking about my subject today. Today, the director of the choir of all nations has the opportunity to choose not only the transcribed scores, those that have been transcribed by an important musicologist or within a course of research in a university or in an important chain of a large publishing house. But sometimes the choice is simpler. It's the many versions which one can find on the internet. I take as a point of reference the only opera, the famous opera, that the Sicut Cervus by Palestrina, to go and tell you about how many are the possibilities which we can find today on the internet, and what are the risks of these publications. All of that which you see is published on the internet, but let's start from something which is not on the internet, and that which is the origin of our whole search. It's the motet by Palestrina, where clearly those who, like me, have studies of musicology applied. You see, I was lucky enough to study with Francesco Aloisi here in Arezzo and come to know other musicologists. And so I have been educated to understand this type of writing and the secrets of this type of writing, which is what we want to hand down. But from this, not all directors are able to see and analyze. And often we have directors who are ever farther from ancient music. I'm speaking of choral music, not specialists. So directors sometimes have found themselves in difficulty in reading not only on the internet publication of a transcription, but when I began studying, when internet didn't exist yet, there were many versions which were published and printed by important publishing houses. This is Chester Music, with versions of Sicut Cervus not in the internet clearly. Here you see indications which today we would consider to help the execution through a change in intonation and pitch of the piece, but which make the piece difficult to understand for somebody who has done important musicological studies, because it changes the figures completely. Even if, as you can see in this case, the Chester had us understand what were the initial keys, the initial note, the duration, but clearly you will understand that in the paper edition, an important ones like Chester Music in the 80s and 90s, it was a problem. This is the version of the Carus Verlag, another important publishing house. I'm sorry you can't read the file properly. You see, you have one in La Major, with an absence of the information relative to the original, which we can know by intuition, but it is a musicologically correct version, which should be able to represent. Now, this is another one. This is a re-edition of Schirmer, which we can see, you can find online. It's lost its copyright, but it was republished in the 70s. And you can see that this one too, apart from the logic, it marked down a number of bits of information which we know in certain cases might lead us off the beaten track. Now, these could all be bought. To this day, you can buy them. They're still published. And here we go on a version of the King Singers. This one, too, is a version with a serious mistake, because it says that the text of Sicut Cervus is by Palestrina, words and music by Giovanni Luigi da Palestrina, and clearly it's a serious mistake on a music sheet published by one of the most important groups in the world. It says il metronomo, and this is one tone above the original, but we see the dynamics, we see the colors which the King Singers suggest. And all of these have nothing to do with the online, so we understand, and you can see, look at this version of Sicut Cervus in re bemolle maggiore. And so you can imagine that today we speak of the jungle of online, but for those like myself who have begun studying in the 90s, the paper sheets had a great deal of interpretations possible. The same piece was written in many different ways. Fortunately, we had here at the Foundation Guidarizzo the opera Omnia transcribed by Casimiri, which in the 90s offers often a good departure point to see a clean score. We can't see the original everywhere, but there are many of these signs are maintained, like the lines and so forth. So this was an introduction just to say that the world of paper editions, even if the publishers were important, I don't speak of musicological studies. I talk about editors like Schimmer, like Oxford University, like Carlos Music, like Chester, who invested economy to publish these books and who widespread this music, are anyway difficult to interpret. Now let's go and look at what we can find online today. By Sicut Cervus, we find it on the internet site of which anybody can reach. Here you can find the first edition of Breitkopf of 1862, and you will notice that this is an edition which presents a transcription. It's not the original, so I wouldn't look at this at length because it's already the transcription of a transcription. In this region, we have the rhythms as in the original. The clefs are modern, the intonation is as in the original, and the additional signs we only have the ligature. Later, in 1875, Breitkopf gives another, and here online we find published the score of the end of the 1800s published by Breitkopf. It's the whole book. I examined the Sicut Cervus, and you can see that in this case we have maintained the values. We have the key clefs as in the original, and there are no additional signs because in the 1800s there was no desire to interfere on the score, which happened later, and we'll see, in fact, the version which published in the first version, published in 1915 of Schirmer editions, where, I'll show it better, we see an intervention, an important intervention of the transcriber, which suggests not only a choice of different intonation, you see the choirs. You see the contralto doesn't reach the D, but the F sharp. You see the dynamics, you see the gogic, you see the articulation, and also the respiri. So you see, this is an intervention which musicologically overturns the whole score. It digests it to then give a more simple product to use for the choirs. Probably at the time, beginning of the century, one needed that in order to get a message regarding how great this music was. Of course, today, those who suggest in a competition or an execution a reading like this is nearly always penalized because sometimes there are indications that can be shared, but it's not acceptable today to use things like this because the sense of why they were born is an aid to interpretation because probably there was a great deal of incompetence at the beginning of that century in how it could be carried out. So some musicologists said, let's get these choirs understand better how it should be. Let's make it easier. And this will, of course, entail difficulties for us today in reading this music. And in the 30s, we see the project done by Casimiri and others in Italy. You see the total transparency of the repertoire of Palestina. And the important thing is that we add a technical overview. Now, it's not completely critical as one can see, but it is interesting that Casimiri felt the need to give a version, to give an introduction to the work he did and to this music. Casimiri does it halves the values to make them simpler in reading, to make them closer to the reading of the music that the choirs were reading at the time, and so that they would not confuse the wide times with slower times. You see the assignment of ligatures and the suggestions for ficta music. You see they leave all the tones in the original. And today, why have I put it online? Because we see that there is a website which uh, puts it on, makes download possible. One can unload nearly the whole volume where the secret service is. It's all transcribed by Casimiri. You find it online, and basically those who work in this world will know that it's rather borderline operation. It's not entirely legal, because we then will see what is evidence in this site, this website. Let's look at these websites more closely. The first one I want to talk about is one you all know because there's a bit of everything in it. There's there are transcriptions that you've seen before, transcriptions which are ancient, which have lost their right of publication, and so we find them republished, like Brightford and Schindler, and then other transcriptions which are varied, like this one, Zego Chavric puts the parts separate, transcribed, and then we have one edition in Sol, and then we have another edition in La. So you see that in the end, the internet editions stress, underline once again, let's say copy pre-existing editions. Often they don't mention the original, even if we can recognize that often this original is the edition by Chester or Oxford or the edition of Casimiri. So rarely in this internet editions is there a musicological work of research on the original or of comparison between various originals or various transcriptions. In this, you see there are 9 different versions of Sicut Cervus. On another one, another site which is used by choirs, which is a color public domain library, there are 15 different versions. I want to show you quickly to understand how many versions a director can have access to now. Executions which maintain authority, like the first one we see here on the left, but which put dynamics and accents, versions where there is only the part of individual voices without beats, others that remain in F, and others go in G. Let's move on. Another versions in F, in A flat, other versions in A major, another one in A major, some put 2/4, 4/4, so a half. So when I speak of it being a minefield, a director who doesn't know the original, who doesn't know how to find his way and discern amongst the many different transcriptions, this one of CPDL and other previous ones, you get up to 24 different editions of which are of public dominion. And this is just one octet. Remember all the rest. I want to go on to scribd, because in this case we are really at the limit of being legal, at least in Italy. before speaking about Palestine, I want to show you some elements of composition by Arnold Schoenberg. If you write yourself up on this website, you can unload freely the whole book without paying anything, either to the author or to the translator or anything. And the same goes for another big book that talks about counterpoint, written by Dionisi and Zanolini. It's very important that everybody studies counterpoint in the 1500s, and you will find it. It's published on the internet within this website. So today we have to think that a part of those great important books, because that of Zanolini costs 60 or 70 euros, and it's an important volume, and it's something which is very important. So the authors should receive copyright, or the editor who's invested should receive something, and instead you can find it today, not completely furtive. It's not a pirate website, it's public, but there one can find some publications, like, for instance, the work of that Palestina, where you find Sicocervos, or else you can unload completely at zero cost from Scribd. Let's go on, because it's important to see how many are these realities. And we have another editor in America, in the States, that publishes, once again, those things which have been published by the internet websites of public dominion. These had the intuition to take ancient music, which is published by others. It's a public dominion, and they print it out, and they say it from the very beginning. They explain where these texts have been taken. It's interesting because they do a lot of business on this, because this publication, which goes back to being on paper, is then sold. And these are not online, but if you look for Sicut Cervus and the score on Amazon, what comes out is the version of this publisher here. Now I'm coming to a close. Is my connection still working? I can go on. I want to go and read another project. It's we've disconnected the presentation. Apparently the Wi-Fi is interrupted. The Wi-Fi in where they are, in the auditorium, in the theater where they are.
Qui non va più il Wi-Fi. Se faccio il mio, Te va, anche te se c'è, non so. Sì, siamo online, ma non con la condivisione, scusate, c'è un problema.
We're online, but we've lost our sharing.
Comunque, sto andando, intanto vado avanti, spiego di cosa, mentre si riconnette il computer, andiamo avanti.
Well, I think we can go on while we're reconnecting. Let's go on the question of another transcription, which was done some time ago. It's a project which is wholly Italian, by a series of young musicologists. They are musicologists who are choir directors, and they're working on the aspect of the relationship between music, transcription, and the edition. So they're transcribing editions which can go not on the market, but widespreading for their choirs. And these transcriptions, in certain cases, are connected to certain studies made by directors for the school of the Guido d'Arezzo Foundation. Is the connection coming back? And this is a project called Core Online. It's online, and it's got a page where there are transcriptions of Orazio Tigrini, Palestrina, and other authors who maybe are less well known, made by musicologists who have a lot of work to do as directors. So it's interesting because it helps us to see and understand how today, ever more, uh, directors who've done musicological studies can be at the service of divulgation for the widespreading of choir music and ancient music in the correct way, acceptable from the point of view of musicology, but also close to the needs for reading and widespread in which this music has to have. We're well, I'm sorry we're not reconnected. I had a couple of slides to show you on YouTube, which is another channel that we all know, where you can see the executions where the score goes on. And in those cases, there's a further passage, which is where the score, together with the execution, becomes education, instruction to the aesthetics of an opera, of a musical version of an opera. It's very interesting. And this too can be interesting and educational, but also diseducational because it always depends on who does the execution, how it's vehicled, and how the score can go through the video while this choir is singing. So, well, I'm sorry we haven't got this connection, and so I'll give the floor back to Cecilia.
Lorenzo Donati di questi
Thank you,
interessanti.
Lorenzo Donati, for this very interesting speech that was dense and full of data and information, and incredibly
In una giungla che è una giungla
for those who would like to sift through the jungle, the forest of these different versions that seemed almost inextricable. So I think the philologist work and the musicologist work are also very important. So the role is very, very important. And this entails providing very critical versions that also allowed the musicians, and not just the professional musicians, but also the conductor, for example, or just the amatorial choir conductor, to interpret an ancient music. Now we'll move on to our last speech for today's lesson. In today's session with Walter Marzilli, he studied in Italy and Germany. He's had a training both in the music world, but in the musicologist world. He received a diploma in choral choir and choir conduction, and in Germany also obtained the diploma for orchestra conductor and musicologist as well. He studied the cello and studied vocality as well. His resume is very extensive. I will try to provide you with just a sum up of what we have here. He's a member of several different artistic commissions and scientific committees. He's director of the polyphonic choir of the sacred music in the ensemble of the Pins, the Madrigalist of Tuscany, the Chorale Toscana of Grosseto, and the ensemble of the Sistine Chapel. He's recorded for several different discographic houses and is also part of the Deutsche Grammophon. He's also part of the professor body of the Notre Dame University of South Bend, Indiana, and is also part of the Conservatorio Cantelli Novara. From 1991, he has a tenure of the Pontificio Sacro of Istituto Pontificio Sacro of Rome. So I'd like to now give the floor to Walter Marzilli. for his speech that it will be about the sound of notation. Thank you, Cecilia. I would like to thank the scientific committee of the foundation for the invitation that I gladly accepted. So let's get it right into the main topic. I will read my speech. Let's take off the musicologist shoes and put on the performer ones. What do I need to see in my score of a Renaissance piece in order to do an historically informed performance? What needs or desires do I have in order to perform with awareness? So without getting too upset, let's start with a couple of considerations just to make our lives a little bit more difficult. Decoding the signs that are part in a score represents the qualifying element of the performance presence, making it absolutely necessary in the art of music. This is the reason why only one Mona Lisa by Leonardo has been written, so to say, while there are hundreds of Fifth Symphonies by Beethoven. Though the person who decodes the score and brings it to life is some way the creator or at least the co-author. Otherwise, it would just stay silent on paper and nobody could hear it besides musicians. But we need to see how he decodes it. In the music of the classic and romantic periods, I mean, there are no graphic elements to decrypt. While in Renaissance music, apparently the very cumbersome or very complicated things are innumerable. So ligature, especially oblique ones, mensura, proporciones, colores, tactus, musica ficta, and so forth. But one of the main point is, did the Renaissance composer really have at his disposal all the graphic means to express his musical thoughts in an exhaustive way? As far as the pitch of the sound is concerned, we can say that he was only able to indicate a relative distance between the notes without being able to define exactly the pitch of the scale or the scale to use. And this is very important. What major third? Is it pure? No. Pythagorean? Mesotonic? Sometimes it's one, sometimes it's the other. In the field of rhythm, we know how complicated the situations of alterations of perfection or imperfections were, and how fluctuating were the interpretation of tactus, just like we heard from Professor Saggio said, could be given to a simple tempus imperfectum diminutum. Even it was only after a couple of years of the ancient of performance practice. Zacconi gives testimony of the errors of execution between tactus alla breve and semibreve, and Frescobaldi, already in 1628, uses in an inappropriate way all the signs of proportiones. In the score, the speed to be attributed to the piece was not very well defined. And again, what Professor Saggio mentioned says a lot about the high degree of the tactus being the heartbeat, very variable from one person to the other. So the velocity was actually up to the individual being impressed by the key cantor or senior cantor, who during the Byzantium, it was all structured and it had the possibility of communicating with the other singers what speed to follow. Not to mention dynamics or arpeggios, because the ancient parts have been coming to us completely without any indication of or any sign relating to these very essential parameters to perform it. But we also need to ask ourselves, did the contemporary composer really need to describe all these things very clearly on the score? Or was the performance practice so consolidated and the singers so good that they knew how to correctly interpret even an incomplete or very hermetic writing? Seems like the second hypothesis, of course, is the most credible. Proof of that is that in order to have more detailed information on the alternation of the musica ficta, it is necessary to consult printed editions from the middle of the 17th century, where we can affirm that the Renaissance practice had disappeared along with the singers of that time. But let's go back to the initial concept. What does the modern performer need to see in transcription? Here are some concepts. So the textures of choral voices. So specifically textures and not extensions. They were different from ours, just like psalmization and many theoretical writings testify. The sopranos, or more exactly cantus, reached up to E4, just like Nicola Vicentino's examples by Nicola de Co. In the modern treble key, and that is the fourth below the current extension, so that the altos who reach the A in the second space in the key of the treble clef, while the altos and mid sopranos could reach a D, a fourth above. And if we want to maintain the ancient model system at its original pitch, we must lower at least a minor or even a major third in all pieces that send the sopranos to a G above a lower minor. In this case, we must make all the singers unaccustomed to the muscle memory connected to the real notes, and Maestro Dacol has already mentioned it, and accustom them again to see an F in the fifth row and the fifth staff, without thinking about the position of the larynx that he or she would have to assume is using the passage, limiting almost to the use of the mixed register without using anything else. Alternatively, we would have to put up with an obnoxious scaffolding, just like Master Donati said, with 3 to 4 sharps. We even saw 5 to 6 flats. The presence of bars or measures. In ancient times, we know that there were none, but we became so accustomed to them that we have become dependent on them. And if they're absent, in fact, we can hardly recognize syncopations or upbeat entrances. The attempt to put the bars only between the lines without crossing the stave has positive sides, but also has negative ones. The positive lies in the achievement of a situation that was similar to the ancient one, which allows a particular fluency that is not interrupted by the obstacle of the bars. But if the note, and there we come to the negative part, the note values are intact and overflow in the bar without making use of the ligatures, then we have the opposite effect, just like in this figure. Okay, let me see. Here, you see, here, this is written basically very mathematically, 2 plus 2. And instead here, the punctuation is all in one bar, and here we have a void space. Have an empty space. So we have seen that some value bars have been inserted, but the note has to invade the following bar, even though it was written in the previous one. So the cantor will look for an appoggio that would identify in the first movement of the bar, now it's absent, creating then an annoying accent or causing him to be relentless in him continuing to research, having very little familiarity with the ancient notation, but also the signs of pause. We can say that not much is needed. We could certainly recommend the use of semi-diplomatic additions. And as you can see here, it's an example taken from the national edition of Pierluigi da Palestrina in the Missa Ecce Secret Service. And with the original handwriting, but arranged in the score in separate parts, this could definitely be of help. The absence of bar lines facilitates the creation of a particular smoothness and fluidity that it's very much that keeps very much with the ancient practice and allows us to see what the ancient singers used to read on the famous librone, so big book. If anything, the difficulty lies if an error occurs and how to manage it. The lack of bars makes it even more difficult to identify where it was made, the mistake was made, and where to start the rehearsal again. One can only indicate the system and the note of a section that will be resumed vertically. But how can cantors of those times rehearse when the vertical reading for contemporary parts was totally unpractical in reading the separate parts of the librone? And did they try? Many witnesses and many proofs tell us no, actually. Were they just single handedly singing at first sight? The presence of a puntatore, someone who would point out, was actually necessary, maybe, because probably they were prone to mistakes. And remember, the figure of the conductor was not like we imagine it today, so someone who moves his hand, but it was actually the remitter. So it was a person with an incredibly acute hearing that would fix the parts before anyone would even make a mistake. And just like we read in a very interesting letter by Luigi Zanobi that was found a couple of years ago, the rimettitore was supposed to fix the parts before any mistakes would occur. So there were mistakes, especially if the conductor was also the rimettitore, therefore the fixer. But the only obstacle to overcome while using the semi-diplomatic addition is the use of the ancient keys. Because especially when you're working with an amateur choir, which is a majority of cases, usually no one can expect them to know them. And it is also necessary to have a certain familiarity with the wide values of the wide notation without wishing for the halving of the values to which Casimir's opera omnia has forced us to get accustomed to. And you need to be careful to have the values because the mid cadence, especially in the final values that end in the final tactus, if you have them, they actually end up in the second half of the tactus. So at the very half of a modern version bar instead of the very beginning. Another aspect very important is the ligature. Regarding their presence in ancient printing, it would be desirable to see them also reported in the modern transcription. In this way, we could avoid changing the text by manipulating the syllables in the wrong way. So let's take a look at in some ancient prints. This is the Dies Sanctificatus. It was already shown before. In the printed version of 1571, and in the red, here you see a ligature to the cantus. Casimiri reports it with a non-very recognizable portamento ligature. You can see it here in red, just like this. So here, instead, it's a lot clearer. Luisi, in the national edition of the Palestrina works, treats this exact same ligature of the same motet in the same way, with a very clear square bracket. Luisi also pays a lot of the attention on the oblique ligature, notably bending the square bracket to distinguish them from the squared ones. So this is another example taken from the motet Nativitas Tua by Palestrina. It's contained in the Primo Libro dei Motetti. As you can see here, we have a minor second, but you can see here the ligature is very bended. And this tells us that in the original version, probably there was an oblique ligature. And there it is, actually. So this is the original, and this is the oblique ligature. We have focused on ligature because they could hide some surprises. Luisi himself already mentioned that these oblique ones might have had a particular feedback on the performances and the fraseggio. Maestro Palombella is working on the same subject with a synoptic work that is very, very well defined. And at the Pontifical Institute of Sacred, one of my students actually is doing a PhD thesis focused on Renaissance performance practice, and among the various aspects, we also have the oblique ligatures with all the possible implications, not just proportional or rhythmic, but also with the performance and the fraseggio aspects. Now, the question of literal text seems similarly to ligatures. It's also important to understand the possible intervention of the transcriber to the text. It's necessary, sometimes the presence of an ibidem, and that obliges the transcriber to use italics in order to allow the performer to understand how much he can sort of, what scope he can go in between within the transcriber proposals. And you can see here, and you should clearly see the points where the transcriber decides to insert some text or to accept a proposal, modify it, or sometimes to reject it. Usually, these insertions are put between square brackets, and it should always be treated this way. And it's well known, for example, that the text of Palestrina's opera Omnia by Haber are rather deficient when it comes to terms of the syllables, while Casimiri's editions are much less so, presenting solutions that are generally very agreeable. The situation regarding the text to the notes is not too complicated in the motets, but it becomes a lot more challenging in the ordinarium misse. Everything was left to the ability of the singers, and there were a lot of gaps in the text. Let's take a look at some examples and pay attention to the date. So in this case, we are in 1568. Palestrina Beata Virgine, he just writes Kyrie eleison, and then everything is up to the singer. In 1591, we only have one ibidem. We have Kyrie eleison, and then we have one ibidem. 3 years later, in 1594, the first one was Miss Eterna Christi Munitas. This one is Miss Ave Maria Quattucorum. So 3 years later, we have the Kyrie eleison, and then we have two ibidems. So we just noted how, with the passing years, the need for editors and publishers to indicate some notes is actually increasing, and we go into the 1600s, a time in which a lot of the norms sort of the full Renaissance are lacking, to see how the text is indicated in a much more punctual and precise way. So again, Palestrina, we're just at the beginning of the 1600, and you can see here that the text is everywhere. Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison. So to conclude, there are a number of signs that the modern performers always hope to be present in the transcription, and there are a common desire for all. The custos that was mentioned before is always present in ancient prints and can be found also in manuscript. This one that you see here is a famous Palestrina manuscript of the Code 59, which is actually kept in San Giovanni Laterano. And here, I don't know if you can see it, but at the very end of all the steps, it's like a little trill, and it's a custos, which means there will be a G here. And here is actually preceded by a long pause, so the cantor singer would have definitely noticed that going from this A to this G, there was a pause that would allow us to read the stave clearly. And it's a pause that it's everywhere. I mean, you don't have it here because the piece is over, and so it's here. Just like any director knows, it is common for the cantor to make mistakes when they change the line, and especially when they change the page. The custos would actually prevent most of these mistakes. But imagine also the extra work that the printer had to do to place that incredibly minuscule lead square print with the image of the custos in the right line that sometimes was supposed to mirror as well. I mean, nowadays we would just need a click of a mouse. The sign of equivalence in case of proporciones would be another useful indication in the score to clarify again the hard transition to dupla, tripla, and so forth. I mean, we have a long list, and I'm going to sum it up very quickly. The presence of the original armature in key at the beginning of the piece, the value of the first notes to know if there was a halving of the values or not, the extensions of the voices to judge whether it's necessary to transpose or not, the alteration of the musica ficta placed rightly to the side or above the notes, to consider the possibility whether to accept those proposed by the transcriber or not. Casimiri, for example, uses a triple precision with an appreciated graphical effort. On the left, those that are present in the original, and at the top, the recommended ones you see here. And on the top, but in brackets, the recommended ones, but still kind of doubtful. This is the same piece of the Sanctificatus that we saw before. This is a Tetrardus. in cadence with the flat, and it's an intermediate cadence, but we don't have a cadence here. So putting an F sharp here would have been a mistake, because it would have become a tritus with a tonic one here. So I would not recommend to put the F sharp there, because we need to keep the character of the tetrardus that is a tone lower than everything else. In conclusion, we would like to add the indication of the edition from which the transcription starts and originates for an extra check. And that could sometimes lead to bad experiences. Thank you for the attention.
Ringrazio
I wish
Walter.
to thank Walter Marzilli for his presentation and also for his contribution and the understanding of the ancient notations and the possibility of interpretation for the director of the choir, for the interpreter. Now we have come to a close of our session today, and if there are no questions, we have received no questions by mail. So if there are no questions, we can say good night. And I wanted to make this announcement to say that from the website of the foundation, we have the possibility of following the concert, which has been recorded by the foundation, and I want to share the screen so you can
questo concerto,
this concert, which is a part of the Guidoneum, a series of concerts which had been planned by under the artistic direction of Lorenzo Donati to be carried out live. Unfortunately, with the new rules for the pandemic, it was not possible to do it live, and so the video will be played right after the closing of this session in the YouTube channel of the foundation, and you'll be able to follow it. It's a very sophisticated concert. It's by Carlo Babelegrato and Pelegotto, and it's a repertoire of the 1300s of authors, especially French authors, but also Italian authors. So happy listening, and we meet again tomorrow at 3:30 to continue this Congress with the session on digital humanities, and then the roundtable with the participants and rapporteurs of the Congress. Thank you. Thank you for having listened today, and all the best for listening to the concert.
dolce mia donna non è donar, tanto gran peracca, morte ne conduce, perdoa, crudeltà, la vita mia se puzze, se non consoli un poco Je sens passer les dunes et longtemps aimé. C'est où Dieu nature en mi-temps de bonté que toute créature d'honneur a surmonté. Ormai tu es sans mesure, elle est la pitié. Je sens passer les dunes et longtemps aimé. C'est où Dieu nature en mi-temps de bonté que toute créature d'honneur a surmonté. Oh Mais j'ai